Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel.
Thanks there, Tuco. Yeah, you're going to have to mute. But we're welcoming
Yeah, is that better?
Yep, you're good. Yep, you're good. Thank you. So, thanks, Tuco, for getting us introduced there. Appreciate that. Welcome to the Discord chat. And welcome, everyone, to open mic number 92. As we continue our long march through these hundreds of documents just recently released by the defendants in the Colborn v. Netflix case. I first have to apologize because we didn't have all of Exhibit 280, all of the exhibits for 289. Somehow in the getting all these documents the other day, those got missed, but we have them now. And we actually did 289-2, if everyone remembers, was Brenda Schuler's deposition excerpts. So we're going to be starting on deposition, Kenneth Peterson's deposition, which is excerpts. It's 289-1. So I'll get everything linked after the live. I've actually put the link here in Discord for those that are here in Discord to see. So there are, I think, 30 something exhibits, but there's 24 through 27 were restricted. So I sure he didn't bother to get them. There's no need. Anyway, with that said, let's get everyone, let's say hi to everyone here in Discord right quick, and we'll say hello to everyone in live chat, and we'll get rolling. So number one, hey, Alice, thanks for coming. Alice, if you're talking, we can't hear you. I'll see your light going off and on, but I can't hear you. Susan, I can't hear you either. I can't hear anyone. What the hell's going on here? Suck. Give me just a moment. I do not know what's going on here.
Only Jack I can hear.
Turn my TV up and I hear Jack.
There we go. Now I can hear.
Can you hear me?
I can't.
Hello.
Can they hear us though? In the chat? In the YouTube? Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I've got my telly turned up and I can hear our voices.
Okay, they're hearing us.
Hear
Freaking technology. I went
Get
down
a
to the
YouTube channel, they say. It'll be easy, they say.
yeah.
You fixed that quick, Jack.
Well, I just went to the gear and I went and looked and seen what the output was, and it was sick. I just clicked on it and it was correct anyway, but then boom, I could hear y'all. So okay. So anyway, I don't know why that after we did the introduction that it did that. It's not son of a bitch. Anyway, let's get moving here.
What did you do? You broke it.
I didn't do shit. We're doing the same thing we've been doing the last 900 open mics. It's been working fine. Anyway,
Harold's fucking Baskin.
Okay, might as well blame her. Anyway, let's say hello to everyone and everyone in live chat, and then we'll get rolling. How are you today, Alice?
I'm good, thanks, Jack. Lovely to see new people on the panel with us tonight. Great to see everyone in chat, and I'm looking forward to what other goodies comes out of these documents.
Oh yeah. And Susan, how are you? Sugar.
I'm good, Jack. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I think we have some pretty good stuff tonight.
We do.
So look forward to it.
Absolutely. And Rhonda, I know you're not busy.
Oh, yes, I'm here and I'm reading tonight. I'm not going to fall asleep on you guys. I'm determined.
Sweet. And Jinxie, thanks for coming. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Hope everyone else is too. Rhonda, I foresee you falling asleep. And just a comment from Anthony Hill, since I saw it, it's a notice of limited appearance from the state. Please discuss. So maybe we can dip into that a little bit too today.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, we might as well. And Savercop, how's it going, man?
Doing pretty good. Looks like my trip to Florida might still be a go from all kind of indications. So
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I had the hurricane weakened quite a bit before it hit Orlando, so they've got some major flooding, but everything from all the parks say no, we're good to go. We're going to open up and we'll be running by tomorrow.
That's awesome. Yeah, my oldest son is actually, he works for a grocery chain. He's a store manager, and he's heading to, actually, I think it is Orlando on Monday, where they have conferences for 2 or 3 days. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, and welcome, Tuco. Thanks for coming and being part of the Discord chat.
Oh, nice to be here. Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Let's say hello to everyone in live chat, and then we'll get going, guys. So who do we have here? We have, I see the lovely Dark Side and the lovely Colette. Thanks for coming. There's Pete Moss. I won't call him lovely, but okay. And Anthony Hills and Shane Henry. Thanks for coming. There's Marty H. Hey, and JD. Thanks for coming. Hey, I see Neverly. Yep, Nan's live. I see Neverly, darling. Hey, come on, get on the panel. Come on. She's probably working. There's Clive, Hugh Frazier, Andy B. All mods, please watch him closely. He's like Galataki. You got to keep an eye on this guy.
Yoris.
Brother Yoris. And who else we got here?
Carol. We've got Carol and Crockett.
Eagle Star 1. Eagle Star 1. That's a new name. Hey, thanks for coming.
That's Tuco.
That's Tuco.
Okay. Okay. Well, there you go.
Hi, everyone. You caught me off guard earlier on. Choking on a cup of tea. So, hi, everyone.
And you said Jennifer Manning. Thanks for coming. Who else we have?
Said Carol, said Crockett.
I think that's it for now. That's all I see. Unless if I've missed anyone, I apologize. But
if we've missed anybody, say hello again, and your name will re-pop in there, and we can get you on the next round.
Yeah. So before we start with the actual reading, there was a entry into the Avery case yesterday, and it was a brief thing. It was.
Miss Yoris. Yoris is in the chat.
There's brother. Is brother Yoris here with us, or he's just in?
He's not in.
Why ain't he in here?
I
don't know.
Good for us, I guess.
He's being a chat man. But for those that were paying attention last night, there was a entry into the Avery case. From what Tracy Strunsey has told us, this typically means that there's a lawyer that's being brought into the case. That's pretty much all it means, guys. There are, if you look at the rule, I looked it up. I spent a little bit of time looking it up. And under this particular rule, I think it's 809.85. Don't quote me on that because I could be saying it wrong. that rule covers a lot of bringing the one side or the other, bringing a lawyer on or a lawyer leaving, but pretty sure they're bringing a lawyer in. So
Yep, that'd be my guess.
Yeah.
And can that be any lawyer from the past, like the likes of Fallon, Garn, etc., if they're still on the go? They were an age that back then, like.
Potentially, I guess, somebody that's qualified, that's connected to the state. Absolutely. So
No conflict of interest sort of thing there, because he was part of the previous criminal team, that sort of thing, no? You'd have to get someone new in with a fresh pair of eyes. That would be great, wouldn't it?
No, not necessarily. No, it wouldn't be a conflict to bring Fallon in because he's familiar with the case. I mean, he's been around since the 85 time frame. I doubt that it would be like a Fassbender. I think Fassbender's retired.
Sure. But is he trustworthy? Would he do an honest job though, Fallon, or was he not part of the whole what we think happened?
Oh no, Fallon is just as corrupt as the rest of them.
He's a snake.
Yes.
He just doesn't. He's like Kratz, except smarter about the law. And as far as we know, he doesn't have a sleazy sexting past. So.
That we know of. But he was a fair age back then. Anyway, sorry, I'm divulging from your conversation. I didn't mean to, but
that's okay.
I don't know if it's the better the devil we know. I have a fresh pair of eyes coming in, rather than somebody who was part of the whole situation over the years. It just didn't feel right, Anyway, okay.
Yeah.
So it's bringing a new lawyer in, and they're asking permission to respond to the motion.
Yep. Correct.
Sure.
Okay, so the judge didn't ask them to respond. That's what I had thought I saw. Am I wrong?
I was talking.
That's not what.
I was talking to Tracy. Tracy says they're probably it's the state asking to go on the record, basically. So they want to go on the record about something in the motion, which according to Tracy, it's the 8015 something that she
80515.
That she
so they have to ask permission.
That's a civil suit thingy, I guess, and not a criminal.
Right.
So it shouldn't be
because,
in there.
Because Judge Flowers hasn't made any sort of comment yet, they have to ask permission to say something before, because she's not said anything.
As we understand it, when a defense files a 97406 motion, the state does not have the right to respond, and the judge can actually have a hearing with the defense and not invite the state at all if she so chooses.
Wow!
I didn't know that.
What are the chances of that? We're going to put some odds on.
I'm pretty sure I read that.
Without the state being in the hearing, or without the state responding, they don't have to wait for a state to respond to him.
Yeah, without the state responding. Yeah.
So the state would be at the hearing, but the state doesn't.
Correct.
She can have a hearing without them responding to this.
Correct.
They're asking to respond.
Correct. They want to say something about whatever she's brought. In the civil suit aspect of it, I tend to agree with. I'm not a lawyer. You get what you pay for, but I tend to agree with Tracy. It seemed like this. It was a kind of a weird thing, but there could be something that, as me not being a lawyer and, probably the rest of us, that we may not be quite understanding while Zellner did that under that statute. I don't know.
Well, I think this goes back to kind of what I've said before about, her capabilities. We know she's very good at what she does. Other lawyers have talked about how good she is when she gets in these kind of positions. But then we still have to think back to the fact that she dismissed Avery's original 974.
Don't bring that up.
He's not jinxing it, but he's not jinxing it. But he's right,
What did I tell you about only talking positively?
Yes, agreed. Positive thoughts. That's right. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, okay.
No, yeah, she's very dismissive, so interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, she's linked arms with the rest of Wisconsin Authority, and they've stood a brick wall. But look at what they did, it was the same thing in Adnan's case, and they linked arms for how many years? Well over a decade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it took her 9 years to get Ferguson out.
Absolutely, it took years, and she got them wrapped up in a bow. So, whatever it is, I really hope this opens the door for some potential hearing, and You just never know what can happen when those kinds of things happen and what can get presented. So
No.
anyway,
Just
yep.
Carol is saying that Tuco's volume is low.
Yeah, I've already turned him up once. Let me turn him up a little bit more.
Okay.
I'll take care of it. Give me just 1 second.
you really want to hear my dulcet tones that much?
The thing I
that better?
heard though, sorry.
Hi, James.
You're testing.
Go ahead, test it again now.
Is that better?
It
I'll
is
tell
better.
you all a joke.
It
Yep.
is better.
Is that better? Okay, so what do you do if you see a trumpet growing out of your garden?
Don't know.
Root-a-toot. Root-a-toot. That's a good test. There we go.
My mind was in the gutter and I was trying to think of something dirty, but I couldn't.
I just kept thinking about the joke that I was thinking about the joke that Neverly told about the nuns and the cucumber patch, but I'll leave that alone.
Oh God, yeah.
Okay, let's. Hey, we've got Rhonda SD, and I saw Cher, and I thought I saw someone else.
Jinxie, were you about to say something?
Oh, Crockett. Hey, Crockett.
I was gonna mention that the thing with this this code that she's using is supposedly she did this last time and it was addressed. So it's like she's making a mistake twice or something. But it could be strategy. I mean, maybe she wants to know who the lawyer is gonna be. I don't know. Maybe this is their way of her getting them to put their name on the case. But she did this before, according to Tracy. She used the same code last time, and they told her it's for civil. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she's. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure what she's trying to. The point that she's trying to do using that particular statute or rule, whatever the hell it is. Anyway, let's get rolling with.
Yeah, I'm going to be falling asleep on you if you don't let
No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm going to pour some coffee on you. I mean, in you anyway. All right, so this is 289 exhibit 289-1 exhibit 1. We'll start with this one. We'll skip number 3 and we'll move forward. Just so everyone knows, like I said, there's 30 something of these exhibits attached to document 289. Exhibits 24 through 27 are restricted, and there was no point even getting them because there's nothing to see. It's just going to say document restricted, blah blah blah. So he didn't bother to get them. This is excerpts of the deposition of Kenneth Peterson. You can see it here, and we'll get a date here, May 19th, 2022 in Milwaukee. Okay, what about this? Rhonda, why don't you play Mr. Vick? And Susan, you can be Kenneth Peterson.
Ew.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do Miss Barker. That way that frees, and any other lawyer, I'll do Miss Barker and whatever other lawyer may jump in. That way that gives
Well, I can say a lawyer if another lawyer pops up. I can do it.
Okay, I'll do Barker and you do any other lawyer that pops up. This document is 17 pages long, so it looks like we probably got 14 or 15 pages of deposition. So, and it's going to jump, guys. We have no control over that. These are excerpts.
Uh-huh.
All righty. Right. So, alrighty. Rhonda, you start off. Yep, you start off.
So the contemporaneous reporting, was that important for purposes of accuracy?
Yes.
Same objection.
Do the prosecutors rely on the officers' reports to then help prove their cases that they might bring?
Objection, foundation, incomplete hypothetical.
I believe so.
Did poor report writing undermine the prosecutor's ability to present their case against a suspect?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, like a foundation, calls for a legal conclusion.
Yes.
If an officer had located evidence that he thought was potentially important to an ongoing murder investigation, would you expect that officer to prepare a report about that by the Zoom gallery? Oh,
Jump.
Yeah, we went from page 29 to page 51. I was watching.
I
think
start
that-
on line 3, huh?
you want me
Yep.
to start on 3? Okay.
Yeah, just start on line 3.
Okay, so looking down a little bit lower, Sheriff Peterson,
Yep.
do you see where there is in green there is a response that's on the right and it says, quote, Andrew Colborn at manitowoc.wisconsin.us.
Yes.
And the response there is, quote, I think it is a great idea. I would need to run this past the sheriff. That may or may not be a problem. I will need a day or two to get back to you, okay? End quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Was it your experience that employees of the sheriff's office would check with the sheriff before they would agree to appear in a television program related to a case that the sheriff's office had handled?
I would think it wouldn't be allowed.
Why not?
It goes against everything we teach them.
What specifically does it go against that you teach them?
We don't try a case in public. No
Oh,
shit.
Ken Kratz
Jeez.
does.
liar. What about if it was a case that had already been completed?
It would depend on whatever the court ordered.
What if it was a case in which a criminal defendant had been convicted, but there were ongoing post-conviction legal proceedings still continuing?
The answer would be no.
Why would the answer be no?
Because all it's doing is muddying up the waters for the appeals.
Scrolling down to the next page. I'm sorry, I jumped too far. Please, yeah, stop there, Megan. Thank you. After the response from Mr. Colborn, I'm still on the first page, Sheriff Peterson.
Okay.
I misspoke and jumped ahead. I'm looking at those bottom two statements or little bubbles for the text on the first page from Ken Kratz. The first one says, quote, okay, Andy, we will have a great trip. They provide a limo and really are nice people. I'm happy to share with Robbie.
It jumps to page 72, but I don't know what trip they're talking about unless, well, I really don't know what. Maybe
It's
crime con, maybe?
No, it's going to come up in the text messages in the next couple of documents. I was
Okay.
reading earlier.
There we go. Okay, page 72.
And were they subject to the same policies and practices as the sheriff's department?
Object to foundation.
With the exception of the firearms, because most of them were unarmed.
Besides that, would the answer be yes?
Objection.
Yes.
Vague. I'm sorry. Objection. Vague.
And you would know that based upon the fact that you were the sheriff who was ultimately responsible for the jail, right?
Right.
Objection.
We had, there was a,
And who,
there was a policy and procedure manual, and it addressed the entire department.
okay, did you personally work with Andrew Colborn?
No.
Did you have contact with Andrew Colborn when you were both working in the sheriff's department?
On a very limited basis.
Under what circumstances would you have contact with him?
Well, at one point he came with Lieutenant Link to my office talking about somebody confessing to Stephen or to the Bjornson case, and he wanted to know how to handle it.
Let's talk about the Beardston case just for a little bit. After Mr. Avery was released, were you involved in any investigations related to his wrongful conviction for Penny Beardson's assault and his subsequent exoneration?
No.
Were you involved in any reviews related to those subjects having to do with the sheriff's department?
Nope.
I apologize. One sec. We talked earlier about Stephen Avery's civil lawsuit that he brought against the county, former Sheriff Kuceric, and I believe also former District Attorney Vogel, right?
Yes.
It jumps.
And okay. And when did you know that that conversation had occurred?
Somewhere in the 90s.
What had you heard about that conversation?
That somebody had indicated he overheard somebody in Brown County saying that they were involved in whatever. It's one of those jailhouse conversation type things.
Do you know whether anything was done by Sheriff Kuceric in response to his receiving information about that jailhouse conversation?
No,
Objection.
I have no idea.
Foundation assumes facts.
Did you ever speak to Sheriff Kuceric about that subject?
Nope.
Did you ever speak to other people in Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office regarding the subject?
Nope.
Do you have any recollection of what you discussed with Mr. Colborn and Mr. Lane on that occasion that they came to talk to you about a call that Mr. Colborn received in the 90s?
Basically the same thing as what it says here.
So what's reflected in Exhibit 1007 is consistent with your recollection of what Mr. Colborn and Mr. Lane told you at that meeting that you had with them?
Yes.
What was your reaction at that meeting when Mr. Lane and Mr. Colborn told you this?
I told them to document the information received and to put it with the investigative file.
Did you ask them why they had not come to you earlier with this information?
No. This was about the same time that he was being released.
Did you ask Mr. Colborn why, if he had prepared a report regarding the call contemporaneously with it happening back in the mid 90s?
No, I didn't know it was him.
At that point, when he and Mr. Link came to you and met with you, did you say something along the lines of, quote, Sergeant Colborn, did you prepare a report of this back in the mid 90s at the
Or
no?
jumps again, page 90.
During that conversation, did you ask them whether either of them had written a report back in 94 and 95 regarding the telephone call that Mr. Colborn received?
I don't recall.
Would you have expected Mr. Colborn to have prepared a report regarding his receipt of that phone call?
Yes.
Did you ask Mr. Link and Mr. Colborn to prepare any reports
Yes.
at that time in 2003?
Yes.
Did you ask Mr. Colborn whether he had followed up with anyone in the sheriff's department back in 1994 and 95 regarding the call?
No, because that was the one where Kuceric was handling it in the 95-96 timeframe.
And let's, continuing on this document, Exhibit 1008, please look on page 33 of the document itself, line 20.
I'm just going to object that I think the witness isn't being offered, and it jumps again. It skips a page to 92.
Did he admit? Did he admit that he knew about this call in the 90s?
He did.
And that Kuceric was handling it, and he knew Kuceric.
Well, he called it he called it like he's trying to deflect it and just say, oh, it's just jailhouse conversation. That's the way he put it. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
That's what I got from what he said earlier.
He almost just slipped up right there.
He did.
Yeah.
But he caught himself.
Yeah. Why
Why
couldn't he be like Remaker and just blurt it out? Anyway. All right. Go ahead, Ron.
Yes, please stop at line 19 on page 34.
19? Okay. All right.
And have you finished, Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
So is your present understanding consistent with your testimony that's reflected in what you just read?
Yes.
And at the end, you mentioned that you directed Mr. Colborn to prepare a statement, right?
Yes.
And that it would be stored in a vault, correct?
Yes, that's where the file was.
Did you ever hear that Sergeant Colborn contacted former Sheriff Kosaric in this same time period of 2003?
I have no idea.
Did you contact Sheriff Kosaric in this time period of 2003 regarding the subject matter?
No.
Why, or you mentioned that the case file for Stephen Avery was in the vault. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that typical for case files for an old
Skips
Yep.
again. Yep.
Are you ready, Sheriff Peterson?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you understand this to be the statement that Sergeant Colborn prepared in response to your direction to him that he should prepare a statement regarding that 1994 and 95 phone call?
It must be.
Do you recall if he provided it to you back in 2003?
No.
Is it that you don't recall or you don't believe that he did?
I don't believe he did.
Had you asked him to provide it to you?
No. I told him to complete it and put it with the case file, but he did it on a statement.
That would be in the safe.
Well, he did it on a statement form. That would be for a witness. What he should have done was it should have been on a regular incident report, and then that would have gone back through the system a second time before it went to the case file.
Please explain to me the difference between incident reports and statements.
Incident reports are numbered. They all, of course, they all follow a sequence. One incident can refer to another incident. This statement doesn't even have an incident number on it. So I don't know how anybody that was going to file it would know where to put it.
So the absence of the incident number would make it harder for this to be cataloged and located later.
Yes, very much so.
And you would have wanted Sergeant Colborn to prepare an incident report that would have made it easier to be cataloged and located later, right?
Yes, it would become a part of that file.
But instead, he prepared this statement, which did not do that, right?
That's correct.
And you said this statement would then it would go into the case file in the safe?
It would have, it would, if they would be able to identify which case it was going to. He's got no names in here.
Let's look at, hold on one second. Would someone in the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office, as a matter of course, review an incident report as compared to a statement?
Yeah, it would go to admin. If it's an incident report, it goes through the system and it's given a status of whether it's active, requires more investigation, or is closed or unfounded.
And what if it's a statement?
It's just part of the incident. So it would, depending on what else is in that incident report.
Megan, let's look at CHRM 00478, Exhibit 1010, marked for identification.
Alice? For Ms. Finzel. I'm introducing this as Exhibit 1010.
Sheriff Peterson,
Yep.
please review this document, which has been marked as Exhibit 1010.
Okay, you can move up. Okay.
Skips way down to page 149. They took a recess, looks like. The videographer, we are back on the record. The time is 2:32 p.m.
Sheriff Peterson, you testified previously that you believe that the Teresa Halbach investigation originally fell into Calumet County, maybe based upon where she was based out of. Is that right?
Correct.
Once the body was found in Manitowoc County, would that have normally shifted it over to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department as being lead investigators?
It would have under normal conditions, but because of me being recused, it was handed back over to them so that we wouldn't view, or they wouldn't view it as any improprieties.
So then why were your officers all over the property?
Good question.
I was just going to move on past, but I did have to chuckle.
What body? Ron Dassey in chat is asking, what body? Question mark.
Yeah. We don't have that. I don't know where that came from.
Exactly.
So they found that you had a conflict of interest potentially, and that's why it got sent back to Calumet County?
Both myself and the DA's office.
I see. What about the Sheriff's Department beyond you? Was there any? Oh, that's it.
Yep. Yep. And that's unfortunate. I told you I'd get what I'd give before we went live, what I'd give to have all these depositions in the videos, because I'd love to see that body language of him.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, all right, y'all can discuss amongst yourself here while I get these other ones prepared. As I said, this is an excerpt. We probably had about 14 or 15 pages of actual readings. Anyway.
It's all bullshit on him knowing Colborn, since he basically sent Colborn a bunch of letters right in the early year of 1996 after that call was made.
Yeah.
And he's the one who formally informed him that he would be selected as a patrol officer that was vacated. He actually got appointed on March 23rd, 1996, which was my 16th birthday.
Woohoo!
So I'm trying to figure out in my mind why they spent that much time trying to emphasize the difference between the two documents. I didn't realize that what Colborn had filed or had actually filled out was a witness statement and not an incident report. Because an incident report has to be reviewed by a supervising officer and has to be approved, whereas a witness statement, you fill it out and you shove it in the folder, and nobody even has to know it's there.
Which is what he did, right? He filled out a witness statement.
Yeah, he did the witness statement.
Which makes sense, because at the time in 1995, he didn't write a report. So now this is a witness statement about not writing a report.
Yeah.
Well, no, because his witness statement reads like it's an incident report. That's the problem.
And that's probably because of his training, maybe, of writing reports.
Or lack of training.
Now, let's be honest. He wrote reports for other cases, and they read well. Just not anything for Avery.
Plus, all those letters he wrote to those lawyers, he was pretty articulate. In fact, I mean, not great, but whatever.
It's actually interesting because for report writing on his how they do their evaluations or whatever, it meets standards. It meets standards a couple times before he becomes an officer, a patrol officer. Now his reporting exceeds standards because he failed to write a report in 95, gets a job as a patrol officer, and now his standards are exceeding standards. It's like, does that mean that not writing reports is actually what they want you to do? Because that's what exceeds standards.
Oh, I see. We've had the porn bot visits.
Yeah.
Yep. Dark Side took care of them. I reported them.
Hey, I did want to mention before we move on to document 3, we missed a little bit the other night, or I did. I can't blame anyone but myself. Because once you see certified, from whoever did the deposition transcript, and you think pretty much that's it, but in this instance, it wasn't. There were some corrections that were made. You can see the sheet here. These are some things that they're errata sheet. And she's met Brenda Schuler. That's right. Yeah, it's at the bottom, and I apologize for missing it, but I did. But Yeah, and it lists the page number, which line, the change, and the and the reason. So you can read those. I don't know that there's anything, really eye opening. I just wanted to point it out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then there's a little note here in regard to 17 above. The question by Ms. Walker was taken out of context. She did not reference that my text, quote, "We should shoot all liberal law professors," was in response to an attached
Article
yeah.
titled.
Yeah, something to the effect of, quote, "UC professor thinks all cops should be killed," end quote. Okay, that's interesting.
We haven't read that question, obviously.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm sure some of those we probably don't have access to at all. And then the signature page where she signed. And then there's another signature on the 24th of, I can't even read. I can't tell what month that it even is.
June.
I can't.
Was in June, yeah.
Is it
like
a gigantic J? I guess it is.
Yep.
Okay. Anyway, that is right there. That is the end of her deposition. So I wanted to point that out. Apologize for missing it. So let's move on to document 3. Exhibit. We'll see what this is. The deposition of Mary Manhart. It is only 8 pages, so it's not very. Because the attorneys.
I actually think it's only 2, Jack. Once you get past all the crap.
All the lawyers.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Here we
go. It's on page 6.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it looks like. So again, Rhonda, you want to be the lawyer, and Susan, you can be Mary Manhart.
Okay.
Start whenever you want, Rhonda.
Okay.
Yeah, page 6.
To Miles, scanning the 2007 through 15 Stephen Avery case file pulls for you. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that was a reference to the civil case file materials?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
I have no idea. But again, because it might have been any, I don't know, post-conviction stuff. I really don't have a clue, but it was for 8 that became 10.
Just trying to figure out how much of the various court file materials you reviewed with respect to the various cases. What do you recall? Strike that. Do you recall having, for example, for the Avery civil case access at any time to all the case file materials that were obtained from the civil case clerk?
No. If I were to go through all that stuff, we'd still be editing. That's outside the editor's purview. I will say, however, that anytime I had a question about chronology, Laura brought in all the documents and showed me how they figured out what happened when. So I was more confident than I have ever been on an editing job that what was given to me was, had been looked at extremely close.
So is it accurate to say that, strike that, I'm just backing up to this idea of the editor's purview. Is it accurate to say that the directors would generally identify the source material that they would like included in a particular scene?
If it is something that has source material, if it is something that is documented the way many aspects of this story were documented, and I worked on things that have zero documentation because it's a story about a family, so that's not, this is not a situation that occurs constantly. There are subject matters that do have this. Yeah.
This I just described was appropriate here, but might not be in other cases.
The practice of the directors getting, that's it.
Boom, we're done. So that was a brief excerpt from, I think she was an editor, or I don't remember what she was connected to, but I'm sorry,
Sound
Susan.
like it.
Yeah,
I
she
said it sounded like it, yeah.
yeah,
Like that.
I don't know which part she played in the Netflix creative team, but she was definitely on it. So that is the end of document 3, 289 document 3, exhibit 3. So let's move on. Exhibit 4. This is a deposition of Lisa Dennis, and we've heard very little from her. And this is a 12-page document. I don't know how much reading material we actually have. Probably a bunch of lawyers here, guys, so give me a. This is a really recent one, too. August 17th, 2022. Woo.
It'll start on page 8.
Yeah, a ton of lawyers. Okay, let's just keep the same thing going. Rhonda, you can be the lawyer, and Susan, you can be the witness.
Okay.
I'm going to start with what. What did you speak with representatives of Attorney Vic's office about?
He honestly, I don't remember. I remember being contacted. I remember having a general discussion, but no specifics.
And with respect to any conversations you had with attorneys or their colleagues at Ballard Spahr, do you have any recollection of what you spoke about?
Who is at Ballard and Spahr? Is that Emmy?
I believe so.
I'm sorry. Would you repeat yourself?
Yes.
We spoke about my role, like what was my job on the movie, very lightly. I was asked my opinion of the executive, Lisa Nishimura at Netflix, and I was asked if I believed that the way the filmmaker's approach was very balanced. But that was always their, forward operating behavior.
Break those 3 issues down. And I'm curious how you answered all those questions. So, what was your job on the movie, meaning Making a Murderer?
In a production supervising role where I helped with scheduling, I was a primary contact with, sober minded and forthright and not particularly, that's a jump.
Yeah. It is a jump.
Sober minded and forthright and not particularly available in the process to us, early on in the process to us.
Did Miss Parsons ask any follow-up questions?
I don't know. I don't remember.
What was the significance to you of her lack of availability early in the project?
Not significant. I mean, she was busy.
Sure. And I think you relayed that you found her to be forthright. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah.
Did the third thing you mentioned, speaking with Miss Parsons about what
Wait, hold on. You jumped.
Line 11. Sorry. Yep. Sorry, guys. And did you discuss with Miss Parsons, Miss Nishimura's role in influencing what would be the final product that was Making a Murderer?
I don't remember.
The third thing you mentioned, speaking with Miss Parsons about, was that she asked if you believed the filmmaker's approach was appropriate and fair. Something to that effect?
Sorry. Repeat your question, please.
Sure. You mentioned that Emmy Parsons asked you about the filmmaker's approach to Making a Murderer. What specifically did you two discuss about that?
I don't really understand the question. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, when I was having this discussion about Emmy.
Sure. Now, let me ask a more specific question. I believe you mentioned she asked if you believe that they were fair and balanced. Is that accurate?
Yeah, they probably, those probably weren't her words, but sure.
And what was your response?
Absolutely.
And to the best of your recollection, was there any further discussion of the basis of that opinion?
I don't remember.
In preparing for your deposition today, who have you spoken to, if anyone?
I did nothing to prepare for this deposition, and I've spoken to nobody.
So, fair to say that you haven't reviewed any documents in preparation for today?
Not even my own email.
Okay. And you haven't reviewed any transcripts taken of any other depositions in this case?
Nope, nope.
All right. When was the last time you spoke with or otherwise communicated with Mara Demos?
I don't know exactly. It's been many years.
It's a big jump all the way to page 72.
And emailed out to a host of people.
When you would get one of these, were there a lot of links in there that mention making a murderer such that you would think this is getting a lot of press?
Objection, relevant.
Let me ask a different question. I just want to understand what you understood the reception of making a murderer was in that how broad the distribution was being viewed and how it was received. Now, let me put that into a question. After Making a Murderer went live on Netflix, what is your understanding of how wide the viewership of that series became to your personal knowledge?
That it was immensely popular.
And what is your understanding to your personal knowledge of the level of coverage the series was getting in the national press?
Getting a lot of press. Very popular show.
And that press was national, not, for example, local to Wisconsin?
I feel very compelled to say the things to you that I know definitively. And I just want to repeat.
No, apparently you don't.
You don't get to repeat.
Yeah, no repeats on that one. So again, someone else associated with the creative team in some way apparently being questioned about Laura and Laura's approach to the series. So that's pretty much all I got out of it.
Yep.
And by the way, Susan, great impersonation of Cher Peterson. Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is Exhibit 5.
I don't have Exhibit 5, or at least not on my fingertips. I don't.
Mine is trying to load. Is it a big one? Oh, there it is. 108 pages. What in the world?
Yeah, it's
Is this one of Andy Colborn's?
Apparently, I don't know how much is added to this one versus the other.
Check the page count.
Yeah. Video deposition of Andrew Colborn, July 2021-22.
Yeah, the other one was 90 pages.
It could be a completely different 90 pages too, couldn't it? I mean, we don't know. I don't know. I didn't.
Yeah, this is the first day of testimony. Who knows? It's probably a lot of repeat, but there must be some extra in there.
Well, remember, everything that we're looking at was handed over by Vic, and the other one, everything that was that we saw was handed over by.
Oh, okay.
I think by Lita Walker. Remember, because that was way back several documents ago. I don't know what could be new in this one, but personally, I think we should go through it. But I'm going to leave that up to the group.
Yeah.
So, Rhonda, did you get it to load or no?
I didn't have the document. I didn't find it.
I'm sorry.
I didn't find the document. I don't in my files.
Oh, it's in that folder I sent you.
No, I didn't look in the folder.
You didn't look in the folder. How rude. Hold on a second. I'll put it in the Discord chat.
Okay, because Cherie has been sending them to me in my email.
Yeah,
and
me too.
So she's just been kind of, yeah. So that's kind of, but I didn't get that one. So you're gonna put it in the open mic?
Yeah, give me
I'm
just a second.
using the OneDrive.
That might be in my OneDrive.
It's coming. It's loading right now.
Okay.
There you go. That should get you what you need.
All right. That is, I don't have 6, 7, or 8 either, just so you know.
Okay. I'll get those to you. Alice, are there any questions before we continue on? Because this is, I mean, we'll break. We won't read, all of it straight. We'll certainly break.
Crockett says, out of the 32 who's listening, who thinks Gilters are getting a free ride off the backs of foul play?
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. I mean, if they want to listen in, hey, that's fantastic. Go ahead. I don't mind at all. And they can chat if they want. They can chat if they want, as long as they're civil.
Yeah, they're always welcome, but
Not always.
and civil. Well, true. If you start saying stupid things, then it's a different story. But we try our best. Hi, Ice Coffee. Ice Coffee's just joined us. Hi and welcome. Good to see you. And we seem to be all right for questions now, Jack.
Good.
Okay, let's reverse the role. Susan, you can be the lawyer, and Rhonda, you can be Andy. Unless you want to let her be Andy, it's up to you.
I played Andy once on TV. I can handle him.
Okay. I'll be any lawyer that jumps in, and Alice can be any others that jump in. So
Make
you start.
sure you crack your knuckles a lot, okay?
Okay. I'm doing it right now. I'm in character.
Hold on. Okay, the
Raise your eyebrows.
Page numbers
and everything.
Page numbers on this one for some reason in the lower right-hand corner instead of the upper right-hand corner. They're in the lower. So I imagine there's going to be jumps, but we'll just have to deal.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're sure by now.
Deal with. All right, you guys start off whenever you're ready.
You start, Jack.
Well, actually, okay. I'll withdraw the objection. You can answer.
I disagree with that statement.
On what basis? Let me ask you. You've not watched the whole thing?
Correct.
In fact, you haven't even watched the last 3 episodes at all, according to your stipulated facts, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you have no idea in those last 3 episodes whether it tells both sides of the stories, raises questions, or encourages viewers to reach their own conclusion. You just don't know, correct?
I don't know if any of the content of the last 3 episodes, that's correct.
Can you point me to where, in Making a Murderer, it contends that you planted evidence to frame Avery for Teresa Halbach's murder?
I believe there's quite a few examples in the complaint that were, so I am not an attorney.
I know.
I hired attorneys to do the research to find that evidence.
I'm just asking you, yeah. And skip page. In fact, the best evidence of any testimony at trial would be in the trial transcript itself, correct?
Yes.
And I think this goes both ways, but would you agree that the best evidence of what Making a Murderer says about you is the documentary itself or a transcript of the documentary, correct?
Well, I would surmise that there's probably more to Making a Murderer than just the transcript of it. The video probably would be very telling.
God, Rhonda, I don't know if I can take this. Of course.
Inserting facial expressions and stuff.
You misunderstood my question, young man. I'm just asking, would you agree that the best evidence of what Making a Murderer says and portrays is the documentary itself? I'm guessing you answered me. And we should not attempt to reword or characterize either the transcript or the documentary, correct?
What do you mean by characterize the documentary?
Try to paraphrase it or summarize it or characterize what it says. We should instead just Stephen Avery.
It skips.
I know.
I'm sorry,
Mine
can
too.
you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So I'll represent to you in the 3 episodes you didn't watch.
Yes.
The reading of the verdict is shown,
Okay.
and Stephen Avery is walked out of the courtroom in handcuffs to jail. That detracts from any strong and definite statement that you planted evidence to frame him, correct?
I don't know. Without watching it, I don't know. I don't know how, in what context it was shown, so I don't know.
So he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He does not
He
know.
doesn't know, damn it. Stop asking him shit.
Why the hell is he suing then if you don't know? Come on.
God damn, I don't know.
Don't know.
Do you have any
I don't
intention
know.
of do you have any intention of watching Making a Murderer in its entirety?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Despite litigating a federal lawsuit that may go to trial, you don't plan to watch the documentary that you've sued over?
Ruined my life. I'm not going to pay to watch it.
Well, that's not my question. And I'll move. New page. Such
Yep.
thing. Who's
I hope
talking
Storm's a
here?
good pig.
That's a question. But a majority assumed he was guilty. Why would the police have arrested him if he wasn't involved? I think I skipped over a sentence about Nancy Grace, but otherwise, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And do you agree with this assessment of the local reaction to the murder of Teresa Halbach and the arrest of Stephen Avery?
Agreed that there were some in the community that thought he was innocent. Some thought he had done this again. I don't know if the majority was one way or the other. That's Mike's opinion.
Done
And
this
what does
again.
what does that mean again?
Yeah,
That
done
he
what
done
again?
this
Done this again.
What the hell? And that's Mike's
Yeah.
opinion. He's got to be talking about Greaseball.
Yep.
Well, that's just
Understood.
interesting. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay.
Now go ahead. Go.
Understood. So I'll now hand you Exhibit 15B, which is also from The Innocent Killer. This is from a few pages later in the book, page 215. And in the 3rd paragraph down, Mr. Griesbach wrote, "The Avery case was naturally the chief topic of discussion at Warren's from the date of Teresa Halbach's disappearance.
Hey, this is
Until the-
this is all a repeat.
It is. I agree. I agree.
All
For
of
some
it.
reason, there's more pages, though, right?
For some reason, something's been added. Some part of the excerpt. I don't know what it is. I didn't research it.
It's an awful lot of pages to read to try and. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
we'd
know
have
it's up to
to.
you guys.
I say read it anyway, because then if someone missed the last live, they get to hear how dumb he is in this one.
Well, it wasn't in the last one, but it was, I think, 3 lives ago that we read his whatever the hell that was, maybe 2. But yeah, it's up to you guys. If you don't want to go through this one, then we can move on.
Maybe if somebody could check at the end if it's new stuff. Well, wouldn't necessarily be at the end, would it?
No, it could be added in, pages added in because it jumps.
Could be anywhere.
That's right.
Could research it later and see what was added and talk about it at another time.
True.
Yeah, I guess I could do a side by side. I guess I could do a side by side, just write the page numbers down of what was in the first one and then what versus what's in this one, and then we could just pull that part out. I can do that.
How many page difference are we looking at?
At least 10. Now, the other one's 90 pages, I think, or 91. And this one's 108.
I think it's 103, Jack, where it started on 5. So it's 103 pages.
Is it 103 pages?
Yeah.
Okay. 5 pages difference. I was thinking, I'm thinking of someone else's. I'm thinking of another document.
Well, it started on page 5 after all the stuff at the top.
Oh,
which means
Is what
the
I'm saying.
90-page one also had those 5 pages, did it not?
Probably.
So it looks like there are quite a few extra pages.
Yeah, there's several added pages. Without doing a side by side, I just and writing the pages numbers down. I have no idea. Up to you guys. I mean, we're looking at an hour plus of reading. So if you want to skip it and move on, we can always come back to it after, I do a little research and find out what the added pages are, and we can read those. Do that?
Let's hear from the panel and the chat.
Yeah. What do you guys want to do? Get you guys in the live chat and put in there, move on or read. It don't matter to me. I'm good either way.
Well, how much other material do we have for now?
A lot.
If we get this,
a lot, a ton.
So I would say everything I've seen so far is we've already read. So I would say skip this until we can figure out what is extra, if anything, and then go to something we haven't seen before.
That's fine with me.
I can't disagree.
I'm good with that too.
Work for me.
All righty. We're going to move on to Exhibit 6. This is 289-. And this is the Doug Jones memo.
Doc's joined us in chat. Hi, Doc. Good to see you.
Hey, Doc. You jump on into You can jump on into the Discord if you feel like it. Had your 4 cups of coffee, get you started. I know it's early for you, but
T1 has joined us as well, and Supermod Catnip. Hello and welcome, everyone.
The Doug Jones memo.
That's right.
This is that memo.
The copy we've got is actually the one that's circulated for so long is a really terrible copy, and now we have a good one. This is great. So, as we all know, this is from Doug Jones to Mark Rohr and August 19, 2022, and I'll read this one. Stephen Avery file case number unknown. Last Thursday, September.
Wait a minute, go back up. Why does it have a 2022 date?
I don't know. That is interesting.
Because that was not sent in 2022.
That is strange because this was it was not on. No, it's got the correct.
Maybe it's
Did someone type it up new?
That's interesting. We're gonna have to do a comparison.
What is the date of that actual? It was like September or something.
September
2003, right?
Yes, that's right.
Last Thursday, September 11th. So it was the Thursday after September 11th.
Yeah, I want to say, if I remember right, I just watched it on MAM. I think it was the 7th or the 8th, maybe.
Something like that. That's right, because I watched it not too long ago. Okay, so good catch, and we'll definitely compare.
And for those who in the chat who maybe don't remember or don't know what this memo is, this is the one that caused Mark Rohr to shit his pants in his deposition.
Absolutely, he would look like he was about to die.
He was choking, literally choking.
He literally.
You're gonna lose. You stink.
He was literally pulling on his collar to breathe. I thought he was going to pass out. Anyway. All right, last Thursday, September 11, 2003, I called and spoke to Gene the Pencil Couchet, retired chief investigator at Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, in the afternoon to tell him that there was an article in the Herald Times Reporter about this Avery case and that Avery had been released. Gene said that he was already aware of the article and about Avery being released. We chatted about unrelated matters. Gene's future plans, his health, and his exercise requirement or regiment that he is beginning. I also told him about how things were with my family and me. As I was trying to close the conversation, Gene told me he would retain the drawing. Gene had done a suspect sketch. I'm going to call it a tracing, but that's me. He then told me that in 95 or 96, Andy Colborn had told Tom Kosoric, former Manitowoc County Sheriff, that an officer from Brown County had told Colborn that Allen and not Avery might have actually committed the Merenston assault. Now, this sentence here is important because there is no mention, as far as I can remember, of names.
Yep.
Right? That add-in right there is really pretty important. Anyway, Gene stated that Colborn was told by Kosoric something to the effect that we already have the right guy and he should not concern himself. I asked if this information was known. He said Link, MTSO Lieutenant James Link, Detective Bureau Command Officer, was aware. He did not indicate in any way when Link first learned about Colborn and Kosoric's conversation. On late Thursday afternoon, I found Mark Rohr and apprised him of the conversation with Gene. By the time I found Mark, he indicated that he had already been made aware of the conversation between Colborn and Yeah. Yeah, so we definitely need to do a comparison given Sapper Cop's catch of that date up there. It does have the Department of Justice evidence. Remember, we read that in Vic's declaration. He was labeling these DJ001. So I'm glad we've got a clean copy, and we'll do a comparison to the original one that we have that's properly dated. And,
September 18th, 2003.
Did you find it?
I put an Imgur image I found on here. I don't know where the actual document is, but it looks like it reads the same.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yep. I'll be able to pull that up. Give me.
That's interesting.
I remember this how crappy that document was that we originally got, and then we've got a nice clean. Let's see if I can pull that. It should pop in. Yep, there we go. That should pop.
When it gets silent like that, that's your cue to go to make some music.
yeah, we get copyright struck though.
Root it oot.
So this is the original that was written by Jones to Rohr. So, and it was a really, like I said, a really crappy copy that we had. So this is good. We've got the original, not dated properly, but nonetheless. So let's see here.
I still am curious to why the date changed. Is that going to say because that's when they printed it? Does that mean that this memo was printed on September 18th, 2003 and not actually written that date? Because why the change in the date? That's very odd to me.
Really bizarre.
It is bizarre. I mean, September 18th would have been September 11th. So that's because that's 7 days prior. I guess that's right. I don't know. I don't know why the date was changed like that.
For the old memo, that makes sense. Yeah, but how that 2022 date got on this one is, I don't know.
Maybe that's a question we need to send to Vic and say, look, what the hell, dude?
Yeah.
I mean,
because I've looked at the next exhibit, Jack, and the next exhibit is the computer screen, and it's telling you that it's made by Microsoft Word 9, It was content created on the 18th of the 9th, 2003 at 13:14. It was last saved at 4:36 and it was last printed on the 18th at 4:30.
Yeah, this is the property This is the properties document tab for that document.
Yeah.
Oh, damn! I guess I should turn it on. Sorry, you guys can't see that. I'm sitting here rolling my mouth. Apologies. Well, yeah, this looks really great.
It looks great. Black screen. I'm looking at my tablet and I'm like, my TV's not the same.
Yeah, it'll pop in there.
It's there.
So, yeah, this is the properties tab for that document. So, yep, 9/18/2003.
So weird.
Yeah, I mean, if it looks like it reads exactly the same, so I don't know if it's worth even bothering with that date piece.
Well, I'm just wondering if this came from the DOJ and there's something in their system that automatically updates the date when that gets pulled up and printed, maybe.
I could see it updating on the whole of the document, but not on the document itself, because it's an old document, so it's not like it would have
an open tab
like
there.
fill-in basis. Yeah.
That's really strange. I don't know if it's anything, but it's definitely the wrong thing, and it definitely needs to be corrected. That's probably something worth if we can have an email for Vic or somebody on that team to alert them, like your date's wrong on this, guys.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so let's move on to this properties tab here is document 7, exhibit 7. So let's move on to number 8. And looks like we have some emails, and this is it's 3 pages.
It just starts at the bottom, Jack.
It looks like it does.
Attach the wrong file.
It says, Larry, ignore that last email I sent. I attached the wrong file. Reference recall request regarding quote unquote court discovery. Per your request, I have completed my search for the dates of 11/3 to 11/12/2005. This is from Larry. This is an email with Larry Ledbana and someone. Due to the okay, this is about
PSNs.
It's
below PSNs.
Yeah, it's a time system, or the it records like dispatch narrative, that kind of thing. And a rookie got because there was a document that was turned in as evidence in the case, and we have that document from the time system. That's what it's regarding, and that's what I think that's a Excel file. Yes, XLS. So we have it. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it says, due to the amount of the data requested and the information found, I have not cleaned up the spreadsheet. The summary information in the spreadsheet represents everything that was sent to and from each PSN on the dates requested. I don't know what PSN actually stands for, so maybe somebody can derive that acronym and find out what it means in this as it relates to this.
Public Service Network.
Is that what it stands for?
Well, that's interesting because look at the date, 3rd 11/05. That's one of the key dates that we was anything on that spreadsheet about that?
Well, this is from 11/3 to 11/12. That's the time frame that they're looking at. Anyway, the Excel spreadsheet attached has multiple worksheets in the same document for each PSN. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thanks. And this is from Chris Kalina, the Time Systems Operations Coordinator.
And if you had a chance to have a look at that spreadsheet and collate anything from it at all?
Yeah, I'm sure I did when Rookie got it back. God, it's been probably 3 years now. We've had that document somewhere. I'm sure I could find
any information to do with anything on the 3rd and the 4th is
physical station number. State
I-
of
I-
Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Law Enforcement Services, physical station number, PSN for the mobile data computer, MDC.
Okay, so a station would be maybe like where they clock in or out or do other various functions. I just know that
Each computer that's running stuff on, like when you're a dispatcher and you run this stuff, maybe that's.
I think, yeah, I think so, because every entry, we have dispatch narratives for a lot of these incidents, and they're timestamp. It's just a bunch of timestamps, and each one of these, like 8844, is like really long. And we have other ones too. So, from Larry,
what about those sheets that AC Rookie got that shows like when they run numbers and stuff? You know how they each have like their own Wisconsin 100555 for each station. Maybe that's what they mean.
I think it is. Go ahead, Al.
I've came across one is Public Service Network. PSN is the trusted shared infrastructure that connects increasing numbers of organisations delivering public services to each other. So the PSN could be what the police station and that worked on between.
Yeah, but it's not public. It's definitely not. It wouldn't be public at all. No, there's no way, because this is good. This is like
police
private service number.
Is that specific to Wisconsin? Because you got to remember that people are going to have acronyms for their own stuff in their own states.
I'm guessing.
Well, and then service network could be quite key, regardless of what the P is. Like I say, it could be private service network. But either way, I think any spreadsheet that contains any information of calls coming in, going out, any sort of conversations recorded is worth perusing through, especially for the 3rd and the 4th.
Well, I don't know that they're not necessarily recorded conversations, but it's like, it's like incidents.
Not recorded, but stamps and things, and incidents time. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get it. Okay.
The next document is that spreadsheet, Jet.
Okay, there you go. So anyway, I'll finish this email. From Larry to Chris. Thank you for the info, but I can only access PSN 988. Could you resend, please? And then from Chris Kalina back to Larry. Not sure what you mean by can only access PSN. Okay, 8988. So he resends it. All right, I need to close this, and I'll open up several more here. Give me just a moment, please.
Maybe it's their personal phones.
No, I'm sure it's not. It's some kind of network that connects. It goes to a database where these incidents are logged by computer.
Maybe even just a network. It's privately networks all the actual law enforcement stations. Private service network, like you say, PSN, or public service. But service network certainly seems to be what that could be.
Yeah. That spreadsheet that he had,
just,
doesn't it show the call to the dispatch where he ran the plates at 922?
That's right.
Sure. Yeah, 922. Wow.
Yeah, that was on the 3rd.
Was that on the 3rd? 922 on the 3rd is when he. So when did he see Ramelow? At the Senex? Was that mid-afternoon?
The 4th. Ramelow says it was on the 4th.
Didn't he originally say 3rd or 4th? Ramelow?
Yeah, I believe he did. Yeah, I believe he did. Yep.
But he specifically says that the reason he talked to Colborn was because there was a flyer up, and we don't think the flyers went out till the 4th because they just reported her missing that night, and they didn't actually get together to put flyers out.
Oh, I
until the
see.
next day when David Beach went over by Avery's. I'm pretty sure he probably is the one that gave him.
Yeah,
the
David
one that was
Beach.
hanging in there on the 4th. So
David Beach and his girlfriend.
he couldn't have seen whoever he saw at the Senex if it was on the 3rd, because there was no flyer there showing she was missing.
So I was the
At
4th
least
I
I
saw
don't
the
believe.
flyer then.
Yeah.
So, okay.
But those spreadsheets, they came in these same numbers, 8, what does it say? 8, whatever was on that one piece of paper, 8988 or whatever, A988. That's all of this computer thing. I'm sure it has to do with the computers. See,
Okay.
this is what we got. I think yours made this into a spreadsheet. Yours, maybe, if it's here.
He did. Let's zoom this up a little bit more.
Okay.
I'm trying to say stuff, but I'm not like. But the PSN number in the spreadsheet in 9 is all the same number, 1296. Just not. I don't know if that makes any difference or whatever, but.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how these work. We'd need to, but look at the dates. Look at how the dates are changed.
Zipper, look at item 31. Come down the left hand side, last name Zipper. Left hand side it says 1 to 31, yeah? Coming down.
Yep, it does. 11/3.
What's that then?
See, there's an entry there, 1928. That's 7/28 at night.
7 p.m.
And I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this MKE number is that badge numbers over here on the right hand side. Jinxie, does that look right?
Oh.
Maybe that's the person who's accessing the computer at their end.
Sure. I mean, it's a quite common name.
If you scroll over to the side, there should be, wasn't there like a name of or some other thing over there on the other side?
Yeah. So George Zipper.
Go that way. This
name,
document looks different than the one that, it looks like it's cut off actually.
It does. Looks like a lot of it's been
The
clipped.
operator usually had something in there. So maybe that's the operator's number.
The first column says it's message number.
These names: Craig, K, Newser, Novotny. Those are names I've not seen throughout the case.
These documents look a little different than the ones that Rookie got too. They were more in a spreadsheet typos.
Yeah.
They were more dated right. They were more in order by date, if I remember
Correct.
right.
Yeah, that's right.
25 pages of it. Well, they get in order after you go down a little bit. I'm echoing somewhere.
You go.
Am I?
I think we're.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of these names I don't recognize at all. No, I don't hear any echo now.
No, I don't recognize those names. Just that George Zipper at the very top.
Well, these are all people that they've run that day or night, or whoever officers.
Sure.
This Wisconsin.
And they did run a call on George Zipper on the 3rd, didn't they? On a dispatch call that I've heard. Remember? Was that not the day when they went over to Zipper's? No, couldn't have been because they only reported on the 3rd.
They were calling in Zipper to find out who he was.
Sam William Henry 582 called on the 3rd.
Yeah, we're definitely getting an echo.
Yeah, there's an echo.
I'm not sure where the echo is coming from.
You can mute when you're not talking, Tuco, and then we won't have the echo of everyone else talking.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, 2122 on the 3rd, Sam William Henry 582. And then again, 2122 0173 Sam William Henry 582.
And you see that one at 227?
I'm not sure what page. What page are you on? What page are you guys on?
Go scroll back up, Jack. On the next page, scroll back up. Or down. Go down.
Stop. Nope, too far.
Stop.
Back down.
No. Back down just a wee tad. Below that, Donald Ricardo.
Like 316, 17, 18, 19, 20 is what you're looking for down there. See, Sam William Henry 582. They ran it at
Stanzel Jacobs. Right below that.
And then
Stanzel Jacobs.
That 227
I see it. It's at the bottom.
That 227 is actually George Zipper's car in the parking lot at his house.
That LZ 3421 or 342T, 342T.
I believe that's the Grand Am or the Grand Prix that was in his driveway.
And it's the same person who's called that in as well. So is the 073 Colborn's number?
No, that's not his badge. That
might be the computer number that she's using to run it. Like that actually might be Lynn Schmeckenecker or whatever her name was. That might be her number. Actually.
I think that's what that number represents. It's a computer or some other whatever. It's not badge number, but this.
Right.
Yeah, this 2122 is when that call came in and something got, as we can see, it got tagged. Yeah, there's a lot of names in here I don't recognize at all. Nothing.
Has anybody looked through that to see if Sawinski's name's in there?
I have not.
There's 25 pages of it, I think.
We'd have to look on the 6th or the 7th if anybody's interested in looking. Excuse me.
Am I still echoing?
No.
Ah, cool. Okay. Is it text searchable then, this document at all? No.
I believe yours has made it into a searchable actual spreadsheet. I don't know if yours is still here. He might be already in bed. He said
pretty cool.
He was laying down already. So I'll have to ask him for it, and then we can put it somewhere. It might be actually on the Foul Play site.
Oh, the actual the actual time system document. Yeah, probably. What's that?
This is searchable.
I'm just thinking it can just confirms things a wee bit, really, doesn't it? It's an official document with some times and dates of phone calls and times in, times out, etc. Yeah.
This is actually the computer system that's at the dispatch centers that are running when an officer calls in, like the plates, for instance.
That's right.
Somebody at the dispatch runs that stuff on a computer. So this is actually the computer log of them doing the work that's being called into them via radio, via dispatch calls. These are what they're running.
Uncorruptible.
This is searchable, by the way, you guys.
I don't think this can be corrupted unless they actually go in and change it. I mean,
no, and change it manually. Yeah, excellent. Yeah,
it could happen.
Okay, so if it's searchable, can you find Sawinski?
Spell it for me.
There's Joshua Redact.
I don't see it. I see Siegfried Berg.
Bobby Dassey.
Yeah. Now you're asking, Rhonda.
I
didn't know how to spell it.
I just searched it. It's SOWINSKI, and I just searched it. It's not. There's nothing.
Yeah, it's not there.
No, but there's Bobby Dassey.
Just SOW.
On the 5th.
Yep.
Yeah. Aye, Dassey, look.
And Brian.
And
Came to get his dog. Went to get his dog. Probably they called him in.
Well, there's been some kind of something that's been entered into the system with his.
Yeah, on the 5th.
I guess some of those numbers could be the police car computers too, because they could run names and stuff from their computer.
Hey, Jinx, this Brittany Schultz, isn't that? And isn't there something? I don't know, maybe.
Hey,
Sherry and Calf, where the hell are you? Come on.
I told her there'd come a time when we would need to ask her questions about the Schultz and
yeah, it's gonna be a freaking test.
A bunch of calls about Siegfried.
Jerry Peterson. No, okay.
On the 6th.
Well, there was a report too because she had called in on him that day.
Yep, that's
his
right.
wife.
Yep, we have all. There's you're right, Siegfried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And then later on the 7th also.
Hey, there's Earl Avery.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Earl.
And that Benke, I've seen that name several times.
I've seen it a couple of times.
David Herman.
Well, it was a busy day on the 5th and the 6th there.
That's Heimerman. Heimerman.
Sounds German. Sounds German.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what those ones that are XX out.
What the hell's that?
Fault. Yeah, maybe they're just faults or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. There was a couple earlier on as well.
I tell you, XX.
Braun, seen that name several times.
Ava.
Braun is also the last name of Hilgas's mom's maiden name.
There's Bergen there again. Siegfried, couple more times. On the 7th. Joe Ellen. This Joe Ellen must be a popular name in that area.
Like Joe Ellen Zipper, or are you thinking of?
Well, but this is Joe Ellen Hempel. I don't know who that is.
At 2 in the morning.
They must be calling about maybe, a DUI or something. You guys got to remember, this is everything gets tagged into this time system.
That's it. It's quite an interesting document, really, if you know what I mean.
And that Wisconsin 0360000, that is the Manitowoc number. There are other spreadsheets that'll show different numbers, which Calumet has their own WI number, and so does the DCI. So that's how you'll tell which department's calling in or should I say typing in information into these computers.
Yeah. So PSN, Private Service Network. This is all connected to all the law enforcement stations. So anytime there's a call in, it's all recorded, documented, a computer generated document recording. That is, I don't mean physical tapes and stuff, but yeah. Interesting. I wonder if that's what that.
Hey, Jinx, I see Corey, and I thought immediately Zipper, and I'm like, oh no.
I put a document in the open mic text that talks about the PSN assignments and stuff. So maybe that'll be a little more clarifying for you.
Yeah, most of these names are unassociated with what we do, or what we're into. But some definitely. There's a couple more. There's a couple more from Earl right there on the 8th.
Oh yes.
Tom Yonda.
Is that when he was hiding under the laundry?
The 8th.
Yeah, possibly. Nothing under Chucky yet, or Charles yet.
They must have had a lot of laundry.
Martinez. That'd be interesting if his name cropped up in here. Does that say Thomas Kasurik there?
Or back up.
Go back up a touch.
Yep, right there.
Yeah. Well, that's the name on the next page. There, yeah.
I wonder if that was the 911 call, maybe, Jinx.
That says Thomas Korenick, not Korenick.
Oh, that's not Corset. That's not Corset.
Oh.
It's Korenick. Sorry, my screen's quite small here. Yeah, okay.
Wait. There's that Janice Vanderdries. Go up a little. What is that? What day was that?
I don't see it.
It was up there by the Thomas Kornick. It was above that. Just a little bit above that one.
I got it. Yeah,
it's coming.
Yeah.
She is the woman who called in the pillows
on the 8th.
That were found on Q and whatever, a couple of, like south of the Avery yard. There was 2 green pillows found that had blood stains on it that they just put in their own case number. And even though they brought it back to the Avery's camp because she called in about it possibly being connected, they put it's like just sitting there in an evidence in a different case number over at Manitowoc. Never tested.
Wow. Surely that must be unrelated.
I'll have to look into that now. See if there's a call.
We'll
That
scroll.
was the 8th that says that.
We'll keep scrolling through here quick. You guys see any names? Stop me. I'm really not going to stop too much.
Yeah.
Far beyond November 12th.
Not that I'm only on the 9th, so
Oh. Candy.
a bunch of calls from about these Maddens. What the hell going on there? They have a damn explosion at their house.
Family, maybe, yeah.
God almighty.
That's maybe they maybe all pissed that night, you know?
I guess.
Shit
Had a few too many and they got to a damn brawl.
Yeah. That's what I'm... Look, there's another... You could actually group together, you could maybe tell what folks have been up to. You could have a family like that, there's a big fight broken out or something.
It's
you can tell quite a lot from people like this, you know? Sorry, I like to rub it in on you. Yeah. I'm still waiting to see Chucky, you know.
No, I haven't seen anything from Chuck, but I could have missed it.
Oh, he's in there on the 11th, I think.
I was thinking I've seen something prior. I know he called in, and I can't remember if it was Calumet or Manitowoc, but he was saying, you know, if I come, you know, you guys are searching my house for anything damaged and, you know, all that shit he was saying.
These aren't the calls. These are when they actually ran stuff in the computer.
I know. I know. Well, I know. I'm just thinking, you know, because, you know, he kind of created that or made that call that somebody wouldn't have called over and something get logged in, like, you know, run his record, blah, 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 like they did so many times.
Yeah.
No.
Martinez would be another interesting name to come across.
Yeah, I don't remember what day that would have been, if there would have been any inquiry. Yeah, that was early. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that was way earlier, was it? Yeah, okay. Well, we're up to the 11th now, aren't we? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And that might also be run by, like, this is Wisconsin
Earl.
6, like I said. That might be run by the police department's computer, which might be a different number than this.
Yeah, three more entries on Earl, which is this is the 11th.
It's a more frequent name, along with that Madden's, you know.
He you know, he did that interview on the 10th, and we're missing a huge chunk of his interview. They've redacted and won't let me have.
Well, that's interesting. Is all his interviews really heavily redacted, like Eric Pagel?
No, it would. Well, no, because with Earl, it was the DCI that recorded it, and then, I mean, what Calumet turned over appears from what now Jinx and I've talked about this. It appears that the DCI redacted it and sent Calumet County a copy. So I made an inquiry to Calumet about getting the full interview and got nowhere. So I sent my request to the DCI, and I did get a reply, and I did get a recording. The thing is, they used 3 tapes. They used 3 microcassettes for his interview, right? What we've got as far as the actual interview is all of tape 1, side A and B, and then tape 2. There's roughly 30 minutes of side tape A, and then it's blank, and then tape 2 B side is blank. However, there's a tape 3 they sent me the audio file of, and it's completely blank, both sides. Why would you send me a blank tape? What did Amanda and Wiegert send to the DCI to be converted? And the excuse that the excuse that I got from the DCI was that they redacted blah, blah, blah. And actually, I need to post that in the open box so you guys can read it for yourself.
It's just, he said basically.
So why would they send Calumet County a copy of a redacted audio that they had in custody as a evidence? Don't they deserve to have a complete copy?
You would think.
Shouldn't it have been them who redacted it? I wonder if they ever got a full copy of it from
not in according to what I was told.
Interesting.
I was told no. That's all. That's what the recording is. What it is.
So why is redacting it even from the lead investigators? Because that's
what's that?
That is.
We've always thought. I think everybody thinks the Earl knows a hell of a lot more. Like, that's interesting. Like.
Oh yeah, yes.
He's the second most frequent name on this list we've got here. Yeah.
It's very interesting why they redacted so much of his interview, and even the copy that the DCI sent me, there are portions of it blanks out, and then of course it comes back. They redacted certain sections, even of what they sent me. They sent the audio files, and I haven't converted them and made them into a little movie to put on in the library. Maybe I will. I don't know. And I got the same thing from Brian Dassey's interview. It was this again. It was the same crap that there's so much that's gone.
Sure.
Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, sure.
We're up to page. Yeah, we're almost done with this document.
There was a John there.
Hey, there's a Schmidt. Yeah. Hey, where's Sherry? Jinx, you gotta get Jinx. You gotta get Sherry and Cap on here. Steven Schmidt.
I don't know who the Schmidt is, but I know who Halt Schultz was. That was definitely one of the names she was.
I'm pretty sure Schmidt. I thought Schmidt was another. Maybe it's not that one.
Schmidt's not one of their first appointments that day. Oh no, we're waiting. Aye. So not Schmidt's check.
No, it wasn't Bradley Check. It wasn't.
Schmitz and Schmidt, as that one was SCHMITT, and then there's Schmitz with a Z on the end. So
that's correct. There's two different spellings. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you go Schmidt. Yes. Okay. Yeah, there was a redant there. Do you see that? There was a redant up there again. Okay.
Oh, I didn't see it. I don't see a redant.
Up a little bit more.
I see the Schmidt. Oh, there it is, right there, Frederick.
Oh no, it's a Frederick, right? Okay. The Joshua redant was further up, like.
Yeah, I don't know what his
father. Are a big family there too, though. So
yeah,
it's possible that it's another, vice president or something.
Sorry, my bad.
No, that's fine. Rodriguez. Sherry Rodriguez. No, Rodriguez.
Rodriguez. Yeah, no, you're right. First time, Rodriguez.
I think this is the last page. I know we got this page in one.
Okay, so since we're looking at this kind of stuff, I have to ask the question, because it's the first I've heard of any of this, about all of these Hispanic people that were apparently on the Avery property, and they're drug people. Where did we find all this out?
I didn't know that they were drug people. I didn't remember that. Maybe I did know it, but I know what you're talking about.
All I know about the Martinez side of things is a very false page, I believe, in Castle there about when Fassbender and Wiegert went to visit him in prison. And one of the pages, it's some horrendous things that Stephen was calling, allegedly, Teresa names and hated her and blah, blah, blah. I just didn't believe it whatsoever. And then, of course, he was inside for putting a hatchet through his girlfriend's face, and he was there at the time, etc. So, and he already had, I think the drug side of things might have come from it's just his criminal record in general. It was just part of his life, you know.
Yeah.
So
I
they were
think
mostly
there are
involved.
names of the Hispanic people that were on the property that Manitowoc County might have written down, or even Queso.
They
And
did.
then
It
I'm
was
pretty
Manitowoc.
sure if there's drugs involved with those names, that's something that Sherry may have
Yeah, Sherry's researched.
She's researched a
all
lot of
those.
that stuff, so I would
Yeah.
go into
Okay.
the dark side of Sherry room and go look in there if you're curious.
Oh, I saw the look at that today. I'll pop in again and have a look. Okay. Yeah.
There's a lot of drug houses in Manitowoc.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. All right, moving on. We're on document 10, exhibit 10. And this is certification of business records from Todd Cummings. He's a records custodian at Manitowoc. That's who we've been dealing with since the first of the year. He's signed this on the 16th of May. I don't know what we're looking at yet.
He's no better than Larry Ledvina, by the way.
Oh, yes, he is.
Not lately, not since she filed.
Well, I can't comment about that because I haven't really. I mean, I have asked for a couple of things actually. So, but anyway, this is 8844. This is incident 8844, and that is the dispatch law. See, and this goes. Yeah, it's going to be from the 12th, and it's 33 pages. And this is everything that gets called. Cases are assigned an incident number, and anything that falls within that case falls on this incident number. You can see all these different call-ins that they log into the system.
And notice there is nothing for November 4th.
No.
There's the 3rd, and it jumps to the 5th.
In fact, we'll just scroll. We'll just go.
And there should be at least several dispatch calls or radio calls for when Remaker and Lank actually went over to the Avery's house. They even ran his plate.
Right.
There's no dispatch of them being on scene or anything like that. So
pretty fishy.
Right here is 11/3, 1837. We're echoing. Somebody needs to mute.
Go mute and echo again.
Oh, is that me? Okay.
Yeah, you have to mute YouTube. If you mute YouTube, it won't matter. Anyway, 1837. That's 6:37 p.m. The attempt to locate, as Cybercop mentioned another night, it's right there. Everything. And if
Wait, is that her plate number right there? Oh no, really? Her plate number?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Plate number, the vehicle type. Notice the color of the vehicle.
Dark green.
Dark green.
Dark green. What is the subject WA? What is missing? Is that WA?
Should say kinda.
What is that?
Again, if you're dumbass Colborn and you've talked to Wiegert and Wiegert's talking about a dark green RAV4 that we're going to try to do something with, and you have this ATL that comes out that's talking about a dark green RAV, and you pull up and you find a blue RAV with that plate number, what are you going to do?
You better be making some calls.
You're going to call and say, can you run this plate and see if it comes up to that missing person? That's what you're going to do.
Yeah, right? I'm confused now because our plan was a green RAV, not a blue one. What the hell is this blue RAV with these plates?
And I don't believe he actually had the plates written down anywhere that he knew that the plate was Teresa's. Like, he might have had that information. Like he says, he had it because he wrote it down. But had he had it written down, he wouldn't have had to call it in, right? So at this point, he's supposedly in his own vehicle because, it's the end of his shift and he'll probably go home after going to Zippers or whatever. So he probably didn't have the license plate. That's why he's asking to see if it comes back to a missing person. He found a blue RAV and he was just curious to see if this was the RAV because he is looking for a green one. I think you're right on that. I think he called it in.
Hey, Cybercop, what is it, this subject, WA? Do you know what that stands for? I've been thinking about that for the last couple of days, and I just don't know. I don't know what that acronym.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it could be. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen that acronym
Does it
before.
say F for female? I don't know. White adult, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
A white adult, that would be quite plausible.
Yep. But notice here as I scroll up here, it goes from the 3rd at 8:30 at night to the 5th.
The 5th at
10:50. Nothing on this incident was reported at all. Remember, this is 8844. Nothing on this incident is missing person.
And nothing until 10:50 a.m. on the 5th.
That's right.
An entire day's
That
disappeared.
went or arrived 10:50.
Crazy.
What does it
My
mean?
ex- we are-
Dispositions changed. That's her case number.
A deposition
means,
change.
Pepper?
The deposition disposition change. Yeah, yeah, you can look it up. I can't remember exactly the wording, and I'm not going to say it. I don't want to say it. But yeah, we've got 8844. We've had it for a long time, and there's another narrative that is more concise than this. It leaves out a bunch of the non-relevant stuff, I guess. But this is the full one, 33 pages long. But nothing on the 4th. And you see it says out on portable. And I don't remember what this D number stands for. There's a nut that means something as well. Here's a plate inquiry, and it gives a plate number. So this is all the call-ins about this specific incident, 8844, that was logged in the dispatch narrative, or however you want to call it. So this is an interesting document as well. We've already got it, but they've included it in their filing. So anyway, let's move on to number 11.
That's interesting. 11-6 zipper residence with queso.
Well, I know 2 things we can ease our minds on now is the plate call was definitely at 9:22, which we kind of knew that, but now we have solid proof that it was. And we also have the proof of the time that the ATL went out.
Right?
And we've definitely got a solid echo going.
Tuku.
Was that me again? Sorry.
Yeah, you got to mute. You need to mute. You got to mute. You got to mute YouTube.
Yeah, whatever you're watching YouTube on, turn the volume down on the YouTube, and then you should be okay.
Yeah, you'll still be able to hear us.
Yeah, you'll still be able to hear us. You'll hear us through Discord.
Yeah, I've got you guys through Discord, but I have muted YouTube there.
Do you have
Am I still
headphones
echoing
on?
now? Am I still echoing now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have headphones
hang
on?
No. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on. No, but
Because we're echoing through your speakers then on your laptop from Discord.
is that better?
That's better.
That's it. Alright, sorry,
Yep.
man.
No.
I had another.
No.
You gotta talk to tell.
It's still
We
echoing.
still have an echo.
Okay, hang on. I'll mute myself.
Are we sure it's Tuco?
Where did you see that on 11.6 at the zipper? There it is.
See it?
Well, you know
Yep.
who was there on the 6th collecting the zipper voice message was Jacobs.
That's what. Yep, that's right.
Is that
822.
his number? Does it have his badge number there that it says?
It says D964. That's all it says.
Well,
The
that doesn't
zipper
say
resident. It says zipper residence with queso.
209 on scene. It wasn't 209. Isn't that what's his face? Isn't that Jacobs? He's on scene at the zipper's residence. Probably.
I don't remember his badge
And-
number. I don't have those remembered.
And also,
He is.
And
He is
also
209. I'll tell you right
193.
now.
And also 193. Who's that?
Who is 193? That might be a Herman. I'll have to look.
He's with him. It says with Queso.
Yeah,
Yes, he went with Deirdre. Deirdre was with them. Whoever went to Zippers, it was Jacobs and Deirdre.
Well, he just added that in. It's like he went back. If I remember that report correctly, the Jacobs went back, is what Deirdre said. Not that he necessarily went with him.
No, he was with them. He was with them, but he says, but it was Jacobs who apparently took the voicemail onto his phone. So according to him, he recorded it onto his phone. Like he apparently got a CD from it, but he didn't. But Jacobs was definitely there with Deirdre that day, because the only reason I know that he was there was because of Deirdre wrote a report about being there with Jacobs.
Yeah, I didn't read it I didn't read it that way. I remember the report, and it was like he just added it in.
Sure. Yeah, that guy never wrote any reports about, because they visited the Zipperers twice, didn't they? Am I still echoing, or are we all right now?
I think you're echoing.
You're echoing.
You mute your mic when you're not talking, and then we won't hear the echo.
All right, let's move on to exhibit. This is exhibit 11. And this is all crossed out. I don't know what this is yet. We're going to find out, though. This is a 19 pages. And is the Jeep, the four-wheeler, and the pits. Check these facts.
So he was there taking interviews, by the way, for Jason. He went and Deirdre was there. He had an interview with Jo Ellen. That's when she wrote her thing. They convinced her she wrote between 2 and 2:30. She was out in the backyard. That was her first statement.
That was on the 3rd, right? That was the 3rd.
But he transcribed the actual interview, like he went back on the 6th, and that's when this is actually written. I transcribed the following written statement obtained by Mrs. Jo Ellen Zipper on this was the 6th, that she said it was 2 to 2:30, and then by the time trial comes, it's closer to at 3 o'clock. She said on the 3rd, it was closer to 3. This is where they changed her to be more closer to when she called her, right? Because Teresa called her at 2:12, said she couldn't find the place.
Correct.
So this is where they convinced her to write 2 to 2:30, basically.
Okay, then
so this was the 6th. He was there.
This marked out version says, check these facts, there's another witness. And if this is true, inserted in the Lamke or Lampy looks back section. Use this for, what does that word say?
Media interview, I think.
Yeah, it does say this. Really sloppy. Couchet testified that he was, quote, apparently 10 o'clock or so, 9:30, 10 o'clock, when this interview, Miss Bernstein in her hospital room, the hospital room act. They were already talking about arresting Avery at 8 p.m. Page 442 of the transcript.
These are just notes for ma'am, maybe.
That's what it looks like.
That's what I think it is.
Use this interview, this part. Use this media in interviews. It looks like somebody's taking notes about what to use.
That's exactly what it looks like. Yep, that's what it.
Oh, call it the Department of Justice. Yeah.
This looks like.
Is that the 2003?
I think this is Peg's.
Anything wrong?
I think this is Peg's statement here. Pretty sure. Yeah, these are notes from, it looks like, from somebody at Net.
Yeah, no, these are notes for the final Avery 03 investigation, I think.
Yes, but I think it's them taking notes on what to put in their Netflix, right? See,
Actually, I think it's these people deciding what to write in the final deal about Avery's 03 case.
But this is December 13. What is that? December 2003.
03.
Isn't that when she released this report? Was that date?
Also see, I can't read that word.
Oh, maybe it's not. That says Mark Rohr on the top.
Yeah, I think these are all of them writing the final report.
Well, this would have been that what was that Burkhart Briss, remember? And Jennifer Nashhold and
exactly.
Fassbender.
Yep.
Yes, like their notes. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, this might be interesting to go through because I haven't looked at this document.
Read that and find out
sanctimonious.
What was out.
That says sanctimonious crap. No shit.
More outage. More outage as if that will be
show outrage here. Look at that. But more outrage, as if that will.
And then 9/8 looks like 2010 to Marion
Monica.
What does that say about bankruptcy? What bankruptcy? Are they worried they're going to be bankrupt?
This is from Greasebot.
Greasebot. Yeah.
Or the Avery case. Attorney
about
General.
Peg Schlager's report. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Monica. Your daily
pestering.
Yeah, from
Wisconsin.
If you can read that, go right ahead, because I can't. I thought something.
I thought you might want to scroll up. Take a look at this. This isn't for the justice system.
This isn't how the justice system is supposed to work.
Oh, right. Thanks. Sorry for the scribble.
So this is all actually that's all Mike Griesbach's scribbling on that report.
Yep.
To D. Hall, Wisconsin, regarding the Avery Story AG report. Sorry for the scribble notes on the report. Hi, D. Here's the AG report.
Any news on the reactions of Kasurik and Vogel? Also, how bad are the pictures? If so, can I send?
What pictures? What pictures are we talking about?
Where I don't look so goofy.
Apparently, he's attached some pictures. I don't think there's any attachment.
Can I send one where I don't look so goofy?
Yeah, there's no attachments to this. So we don't have. And this is to HIR. Attention, Pat. Yep, 9/8. Yep.
And Chris Matthews regarding the Avery book.
Here's the AG report. I referred to it in my email.
This morning.
Yep. Thanks. Scribble. He could be a doctor. That's into that. Yeah. So this one might be worth going through and checking out these pages of what he just said. He was actually, it looks like he was going through this document to decide what to use in his book, right?
I believe that Pat Pankratz is actually a reporter for one of the newspapers out there.
This Pat, right, okay, up here. Yeah, I see. Yeah, and Chris Matthews. Yeah, I think Chris Matthews is another reporter, right? I've heard that name before. Alrighty, well, let's move on to number 12. Okay, these are emails, it looks like, from between Dunphy and where did that start? It's a 3-page document. Let's start from the bottom. Have you looked at this one yet, Sue?
I'm just opening it.
January 12th at 12:49.
They start at the bottom.
We read this one before. Yeah, we've read these before.
Yeah.
Yep. This is a repeat, at least this one. And then, yeah. Yeah, I remember reading this. I read your email with interest. I have studiously avoided watching the shows. Yeah, we've read this.
Looking for a lawyer, wasn't he?
Yep. This is November. I'm sorry, January. I read that wrong. January. Yeah, this is what we read before.
16, yeah.
Yep. So that's an email that we've already read. Let's move on. Exhibit 30. More emails. Yep, we read this one too because I remember reading because he's talking about strength.
I remember a small act of defiance canceling Netflix.
Yep. And this is a 4-page document. Yeah, we read.
Well, Colborn, you canceled, and they gained one because I got it for ma'am.
Well, we already had it, but okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 4. More emails. I don't know that we've read the ones on the 14th. So this is at 5:44 a.m. Wait, I read that right? Yep. God, that's pretty early. Okay, they start at the bottom. Looks like and go. Okay, we need to go up from this one. We read that. I'm not sure that we've. Yeah, I don't think we've read this one. This is on the 13th. From Colborn to Dunfrey. You want to read this one, Susan? Can you see that?
Yeah, sure. Dear sir, please at your leisure check this website, newstalk1130.com. The entire 10 episodes of the documentary are dissected and exposed. The name of the show is Debunking Making a Murderer by Dan O'Donnell.
Oh my God.
It has every lie exposed, and you or I don't have to sit through 10 hours of Netflix. Very well done on that website.
Have we ever seen that? I don't recall this discussing debunking a murderer by.
You haven't heard of Dan O'Donnell?
No.
Oh my God.
I guess I didn't care to watch it.
Yeah,
No,
don't waste your time.
No, don't, because it's just, oh my God, it's terrible.
I think I've seen that.
Oh, is that his researcher?
Okay, you want to read this reply?
Andrew. Echo.
Yeah, you need to mute.
Go. I have watched the first 4 episodes over the last 2 nights. I am now into the trial and saw the played portions of both your deposition and trial testimony. At this point, all I see is a one-sided presentation of the Avery case and a retrial of the defense attorney's attempts to make a case that there is reasonable doubt about Avery's guilt by challenging the evidence. That challenge includes attacks on the lab, investigators, law enforcement, the DA, etc. So far, the show has not raised anything that was not in the public record. All the personal attacks on you and the allegations of evidence planting that I have seen were done in public and in the courtroom. The attacks obviously all failed as the jury convicted Avery. I'll continue to watch and let you know if there's something I see beyond what was already in the public record. You don't have a case otherwise.
Right.
In other words.
Yeah, that's basically it. Hey, Tuco, let's try this. If you want to ask a question or make a comment, just unmute and we'll try to watch for you. And that way you can mute and have your say, and then just remute.
I wonder what he's echoing off of.
I'm not sure. Well, if he's
I thought I'd sorted it because I noticed there was 2 YouTube pages open, so I closed it. And I'm muted. I'm definitely muted on YouTube there. But no, am I echoing still just now?
testing,
Yes.
testing, test.
Yes.
Because you guys are all quite clear.
If you have a headset, that's the way to. If you have a headset or earbuds, that's the way to go. That way you won't mute through your speakers. I mean, you won't echo through your speakers.
Okay, I'll go and look some out. I'll mute myself just now then, guys. Okay then, right.
Yeah. Okay. So let's move on to Exhibit 50. More emails. This is from Brenda Schiller. Let's see where we start. This is on the 24th at 2:16 in the afternoon. 2:16.
The 24th of what?
Crockett says the jury found Avery guilty in 85 cases as well. What went wrong there? You know, the same thing as what went wrong here. All the evidence wasn't put to them, basically, in my opinion.
This is him trying to get another lawyer, Matt Fisher.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. 19. Yeah, they started August 9th, 2017. January 24th, 2018.
Let's read this.
2 years later.
Dear sir, I understand you're from. You want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Litigates defamation cases. I believe I have quite the case, but I am appealing to your expertise. Since the release of the documentary, Making a Murderer, my name and reputation has received nothing but negative comments, threats, and almost daily bashing, for lack of a better word. I believe I could produce several hours of recorded threats and intimidation to myself and my family, as well as thousands of pages of documents to prove my case. I know this sounds unbelievable, but I assure you that I am not exaggerating the depths to which people around the world have sunk to as the result of a skillfully edited but untrue movie. It's difficult to call it a documentary because it's not a truthful portrayal of facts. Do you feel you could help me? If you Google search my name, you will see just a small portion of what I am talking about. In any case, thank you for your time. I hope you will consider this case. Andy. Love, Andy.
And then
Dear
from Mr.
Andy, you're gonna lose.
And then from Mr. Fisher, he writes back and he says, Mr. Colborn, thank you for your inquiry. We do litigate defamation matters, and I would be happy to talk to you about your situation. Whether we can help you or not depends on your objective. If you're looking to pursue discrete individuals or entities regarding specific statements, that is something we can likely help you with. If you're looking to generally counter that movie's presentation, then you might be better suited consulting with a public relations professional. I'll be free tomorrow afternoon if you want to discuss. Regards, Matt.
Yeah. I don't think that went too far.
Now, it looks like he's forwarded this message to...
Do you think Matthew Fisher already saw it, ma'am?
Well, it's possible. Yeah, but it looks like he's forwarded this message to Brenda. That's what this exhibit is.
You just need a good PR guy.
All right, that's the last one of those I've got pulled up. So give me a moment. I'll close this off and I'll pull up a few. Okay.
If in 2 years he wasn't able to pick up a lawyer, like, why is this Brenda still encouraging him to do this lawsuit? I mean, it seems like the lawyers that he's talking to know that it's a dead in the water. They don't want to pay for it, or they're like, get a PR guy, or, it's like, and then why
My
did Mike
opinion,
actually take it? Because Mike is the one who brought it forth, right? Because he couldn't find a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
people out there that have got to prove themselves right and prove that Stephen's guilty. You know what I mean? Because they believe he's guilty. They can't believe for 1 minute that the police got it wrong or the jury got it wrong, even though the exact same thing happened in 85. You know, they just can't get it into their thick heads that a man who spent 18 years in the jail for something he didn't do isn't going to do something stupid like murdering a young lassie 2 years after being free. You know what I mean? That's what bothers me the most about this case, is the fact that they honestly think that Stephen is dumb enough, after spending all that time protesting his innocence, all that time fighting to prove his innocence, you know what I mean? That he's going to be daft enough to do something that's going to land him back in there for life. Come on.
Well, what's actually so comical to me about all of this is here we have Colborn, a man that we feel very good knowing planted stuff, lied about stuff, and he knows he did. But despite that, he's still bringing a lawsuit against the company that put out a documentary showing exactly what he did. He lied. He planted stuff, and they showed that, and he's suing them to try to claim he didn't, but he knows he did. I mean, how ballsy do you have to be to know you did exactly what this documentary is saying you did, and you're going to sue them for it?
Well, even this lawsuit makes him a liar because he says that it ruined his marriage. It just, it defamed him to his family. His family has problems. And then he admittedly says he lied about that. So even he's now a proven liar because of this lawsuit, because of what he said the lawsuit entailed was this, breakdown of his relationship, which he denies now. He says he cheated on his wife. That's what broke down his relationship with his family. He talks about all this distress and stuff that he had he had not even gone to the doctor to get any mental health help until after he filed the lawsuit. How can you file a lawsuit claiming distress if you haven't even been to a doctor that says, here, have some medicine because you're stressed? There's no outward physical attributions to his stress that his girlfriend can see. There's his whole is a lie. The whole suit is a lie also. So, and now he's proven himself to be a liar with this lawsuit. So if he's lying about this lawsuit, do you think he not lied about what happened in 2005? Come on, if you see that he's a liar, he's obviously a liar.
Well, even beyond that, his ex-wife even said that the only thing she really saw was, he was stressed out during the trial. Well, of course he was stressed out during the trial. I'm sure he was, because and then he may go to prison. He made that statement too, and that was a really, really strange statement. Anyway,
yes, it was.
Moving on. This is another little chain of emails. I don't remember reading this one, but we may have.
Are you on 16, Jeff?
I am on 16. And I scrolled. It's from bottom up, from the bottom up, and it starts on January 9th. Have we?
Yeah.
This is from the reporter at the. She was a reporter at the former Time magazine writer who now works for Hollywood Reporter.
An interview. Yeah. They wanted to humanize Andy and all that. Yeah.
Well, that came from Sean. That part came from Sean Reck. He wanted to humanize him.
Yeah.
How's that?
And Grace Fox telling him, maybe not do it right now. And I remember them anyway.
I haven't seen these things.
Okay.
Well, let's read them. I'll go back.
I'm guessing there's no echo.
No,
There's
I think you're all good now, Tuku.
Yep. If you've got
Thank God for that.
yeah, if you've got a headset on,
Let me know,
you're good to
yeah.
go.
Say again?
Just let me know though if it starts again.
No, you're good to
No
go.
bother. You're good for now.
Sound.
Yeah. Did you ask who Sean Reck was?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I know who he is, like, because I've had some to and fro with him on Twitter, like. First time I ever came across him, I shoved the Wrecking Crew front page right back at his tweet, like, he didn't like me from that moment on. Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, I know who he is, yeah. Yeah, he does pop up again now and again on Reddit, I've noticed.
I thought you'd ask who he was. Okay. All right. Susan, you want to read this email from Greasebuck starting on January 9th at 8:05 a.m.?
Sure. It's from Greasebuck to Andy. Andy, there's a reporter doing a series on the trend of documentaries that negatively affect the lives of regular people. She contacted me on Monday. I responded to her in a general way because I think it will help your case and get word out to the public regarding why you are pursuing the lawsuit. She's a former Time magazine writer who now works for the Hollywood Reporter law section. I know, the Hollywood Reporter. I wouldn't have replied, but I liked her questions and the issues she's writing about. I insisted that the interview be by email, so nothing I said could be taken out of context. See the attachment for her questions and my replies. Here's the thing. She wants to give readers an idea of what you're like in order to humanize you for people who only know you from ma'am, ideally by speaking with you in a telephone call. I trust her to a point, but I don't want you to do that right now. We'll get one of the national TV networks to do that later. In the meantime, though, I'd like to give her a rundown on the basics of your life. Where you've been, what you've done for a living, how many children, if you're comfortable with that. A little about Barb, if you're comfortable with that too. And a few other details we could share to, in her words, humanize you. Share. Okay. The other option she mentioned is to have someone close to you talk to her about you and what you're like. We could do that, but I'm inclined to proceed as outlined above because we can better control our message that way. Let me know what you think. Again, I've attached her questions and my replies regarding the thrust of her article, so you should read that first. I've copied in Brenda in case she wants to weigh in. She's pretty damn smart. And of course, she wants this info yesterday, assuming we're willing to provide it. We don't have to.
Is he talking about frickin' Nancy Grace?
I don't think so. No, this Hollywood Reporter, no, I think it's someone different.
Yeah, no. I don't think it's Nancy.
Yeah, and I apologize. I thought that it was Sean Reck that made this statement of humanizing.
Well, the next one will be about Brenda saying the same thing, I think, about Sean talking about it. Isn't there another email, Jack?
Right here from Brenda, just right after that at 8:51 a.m. It says, Mike, I personally like our approach to say as little as possible since it'll be handled by the court, but I like the idea of making them sweat. Maybe something along the lines of how you and Andy look forward to the opportunity to bring to light not only the amount of misleading and intentionally malicious edits for entertainment purposes, but also seeing those reasonable held accountable for the damage they've caused. You may also want to point out that John Benet's father just settled a huge defamation lawsuit. It is doable. That is completely different. Oh my God. Maybe address
shit.
It was totally different case and how that shit happened.
Unbelievable, isn't it? They've mentioned Sean there. I foresee Sean waiting. I want him to follow, sorry.
That was in, on the Colorado Police Department, wasn't it?
entirely
That
different.
was on a lot of people, but yeah, definitely the PD, they fucked that case up like you wouldn't believe.
Oh my God, did they ever? Oh,
Did the brother sue someone because like he had an interview and people thought he was guilty after that interview?
Oh, people still think he's guilty.
Because of that interview. Like I thought
No,
he
not
sued
because of the
some-
interview,
I
but
thought he
because
sued
of
some
because of
program.
circumstances about him.
that's right. It was because of what he had done. He'd went after her before with that damn golf club, right, Sapper? Wasn't that right?
Yep.
But he won a huge defamation lawsuit, Brenda said.
Yep. So
The brother.
anyway, yeah.
It was against CBS over the network's docuseries, The Case of John Benet Ramsey.
Maybe address the public figure thing too. That if it's malicious, it doesn't matter. If that's accurate, less is. On another note, probably a good idea to get the same page here with Andy's contract with Cam. You can speak to him, for him, of course, and I'm assuming you just do the humanizing, but he can't officially answer any questions or make any quotes himself or do any interviews. He hasn't done any besides Cam, which won't be out till later this year, but most likely next year between us. I'm traveling to Cleveland for a week next Tuesday, and we'll be discussing how to proceed with filming since the defamation lawsuit wasn't initially taken into account. I foresee Sean wanting to follow it and perhaps obtain some type of behind-the-scenes access. I'd like to get your thoughts on that too, as you'd be part of that if that's the route Sean wanted to take. I have chatted with Andy about it several times. It's a huge opportunity to really make a difference. I know Sean will humanize the hell out of Andy, but we need him to be exclusive to to Cam, which is what will make it even better, make it an even better message to the world and draw viewers in, hearing his story for the first time from his mouth. Then he will have a shit ton of interviews and he can talk all he wants after that. I'm glad this came up as I needed to mention it before I headed to Cleveland and before you met with George on Friday. Just something to keep in mind. Thoughts? So as we've been,
oh man, I can't wait to tear apart their stupid little documentary.
So she has a contract, or he has a contract with Cam to be exclusive only to Cam.
Yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't she a sneaky little cow?
Well, that's why
he can't humanize himself anywhere else because of the contract.
That's why I've been saying that he was used. He was a pawn, and
yeah, he's definitely being used by BS in Wisconsin.
Well, not only her.
I wonder if that's
the whole thing. Mike Griesbach is one of the ones using him. You have Brenda Schuler. You have Sean Reck. Ken Kratz also I would have to throw on that list because he was all part of that whole Cam thing too. How did Cam even come about? Did they contact Sean Reck or did Sean Reck contact them? And then I'd also like to see this contract of his.
Well, I think we've got the. I think we've got it.
Yeah. Just an exclusivity.
What's that, Tuco?
No, I just agree with you guys there. I wonder what inspired. I wonder what kicked off Sean Retch to even start this venture.
The popularity of making a murderer, how giant it was, and a chance to.
Yeah, just off the back, like somebody said earlier on, guilters taking a free ride sort of thing. But I see further down the email there when they said that we need to review things because the Colborn case wasn't taken into account. I wonder if that was the start and then deciding just to call it convicting and the change of name.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Well,
it is rubbish. It will probably never air, I can't see it there's no way.
It was, you remember that guy that was in prison? What's his name, Jinx, that made all that statement he kept talking about? What's that guy's name?
Joseph Evans.
Yes, that guy. And they went, they had access to that guy, and he started making all these crazy ass statements that were. I can't believe they put that. I can't believe they put that guy out in a documentary at all. He's so not credible.
Wait, he's in the docuseries for convicting?
They were there interviewing him. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, I didn't know that, or I don't remember that. If I did know that, I didn't remember.
Who?
That Joseph Evans was like a jailhouse.
Yeah.
Snitch guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the one that put out the story.
Yeah.
And then we've got a reply.
He confessed.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a reply from Greasebuck. What's that?
From Schuler here in Greasebuck. They're just slimy, aren't they? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, the real conflict of interest in this entire case is Andy Colborn. He knew from day one, I am in deep shit here, like, you know. He's trying to tell people about these phone calls, etc., etc. He's the one that's at the conflict of interest from day one. And they're still using the poor bastard here.
Well, and in reality, I mean, to me, Tuco and everybody, to me, Andy would have been better off to stay to himself, maybe get a publicist if he wanted to get, some kind of story out and went his own route.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm not defending him, guys.
Oh, no.
Even here, the feel of these emails, from these people, it's just, I just find it quite incredible, really.
I made the comment before that this group of people, meaning Andy and Link and Uyghur and all of them, they have been lying for so long that they believe their shit now. They believe it's true, even though they know it's not, but they believe it because they've been doing it for so long. So that's why Colborn is able to kind of go through this process, because somewhere in his mind he's convinced himself that the lies are the truth, and that's what he's running.
I think you're right, Sapper. Yeah.
What a hell of a way to live, like.
God, no kidding.
Yeah. All right, Susan, read this reply from Greasebuck at 9:26.
Yep, I'll generally be keeping mum, except for a few selective general points that will make us seem above the fray, but still remind people we're there. We'll still remain above the fray and let our court filings and appearances do the talking, but we can't let them totally take advantage of the vacuum. It's what MTSO pretty much did after MAM, and it was a total PR disaster. We're going to be smart about this. That's a couple weeks after they filed their lawsuit.
I'd like to see just the emails between Brenda Schuler and Sean Reck about all of this this lawsuit.
Look at Brenda's response. Jeez.
Well, just the fact that Sean Reck is going with this documentary, because he's got lots of other works, and his other works are actually really good. They're well done. They're the content, everything's great, and I know he's pro law enforcement for the most part. So
yes, he is. Yes.
So, but for him to run with a documentary that's counter to Making a Murderer back then and is still hot on it now tells me he must not really know jack shit about this case.
Yeah, there's that. He could be given for that benefit of the doubt, but surely maybe that's why it's gone quiet on that side of things. Maybe he's realised, oh shit, this is some of the stuff we all put up on Reddit and Twitter and things, But no, it is a very strange situation there, like, because he's playing with fire. I mean, it's just got lawsuit written all over it. Well, if things hopefully go Stephen Brendan's way, of course, It surely never get aired. No.
I'm trying to.
I think you passed up an email after that last one. There was a response after it from Brenda.
Sorry, I interrupted.
I don't think so.
That is an interesting part.
Well, there is, but it's redacted.
keeping mum, except for a few selective general points that will make us seem above the fray. I mean, that's just what a slime ball. That's quite an incriminating paragraph, is it not?
Oh, okay. Never mind. It was the one before I was looking at. Sorry, Chico.
Yeah.
No, no, not at all.
And Chico, to answer your question, I'm having some thoughts and memories of, you ask how convicting got started, and there is a story out there. I don't know how believable it is, but it seemed like there was some introductions by someone to someone that got to Andy Hale and Sean Reck, and Ken Kratz, and then because Brenda had
there sort of thing.
Well, and I guess the idea formulated because Colborn, he would. But this time, I guess there was already talk of, well, there was definitely talk of Colborn suing. So I don't know if it was the idea was born out of that or to defend, because Andrew Hale is a lawyer that has defended a number of Chicago police officers.
Yes, I've heard about him. Yeah. Now that's interesting what you say there. That so in light of the impact MAM has made globally and still does, right? Out of desperation, like you say, these guys believe their lies, but they have attempted two major steps there to counteract MAM. One, convince Colborn to do a defamation lawsuit, but at the same time start putting together a counter documentary. And then Sean Richards stepped in and said, "Yeah, okay." So this is there. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, there's
waffling. Yeah.
There's a number of questions still that surround the financial part of it, because no matter we don't know what the agreements are between these lawyers. Most of the time in these kind of cases, or a lot of the times, they're taking on contingency, meaning they'll take the lawsuit, but if you win, they get a 30-40% cut of your winnings. Sure. And yeah, and so, but we went through a number of lawyers at this point that have came and went, and especially Griesbach. I mean, he was there. I don't know how much time he put into it, but he was definitely there and participating in so much of this. And what did he walk away with, except a bloody nose and a black eye?
Yeah.
Hey, there's a TTM fangirl.
Exhibit 17 is kind of juicy.
Yeah, let's get to it. This is
Crabs.
Yeah, this is Sugar. Hey, Sugar and Ken.
Does that mean Susan's gonna read it in his voice?
Of course she is.
No.
Oh, damn it, son of a bitch. Well, this is on October 20th, 2016. Ken Kratz and some others, and Andrew and Colborn, you can is still at Manitowoc County as a law enforcement officer. So anyway, Susan, you want to read this from Ken, this first one?
Sure. Kratz to, I believe it's to Andy. I'm not sure if Brenda told you, but Dateline is doing a show on the book, Our Response to Ma'am, and asked if I would allow you and Tom Fassbender to be interviewed. Your comments would be limited to what is in the book. They want you, me, Tom, and Brenda to come to New York. Will you join us? Fly to New York Thursday, 11:10. Stay at the Waldorf Astoria. They will interview us on Friday, 11:11. Fly home 11:12. The movie people think it's a good thing to push the book. What do you think?
And remember, let's interject here. Now, this is in 2016. So, to our knowledge, there was no talk of anything about Cam or anything like that. This is another thing that Kratz was pursuing.
Yeah,
well, no, he's talking. Well, he's talking about this movie. The movie people think this would be. The movie people think that it's a good thing to push the book. What do you think?
To do Dateline on Dateline. Yeah.
Right.
Remember, Kratz talks about having other projects that
that's correct.
Mad at Brenda for signing that Making a Murderer 2 Stop
petition.
Making Murder 2 petition.
Yeah, that's right. I just wanted to bring that up. Anyway, Andy says, I think it's a great idea. Would you? I won't do it in that voice. I'm sorry. I think it's a great idea. I would need to run this past the sheriff. That may or may not be a problem. I will need a day or two to get back to you. Okay.
And Chris says, okay, Andy, we'll have a great trip. They provide a limo and are really nice people. I'm happy to share with Robbie an outline of what you will say. I'm wondering if that's Robert Herman. Robbie.
Herman.
Yeah.
It's Robbie. Oh.
It's all very positive. Prepare your department's reputation.
Really?
Jesus.
Okay,
But
that
he's
was
going
on.
to be limited what he can say to the book. So really, how is that? It's more to help Kratz than it is anybody else.
Of course it is. Of course it's.
Yeah.
And he says, I know that, but for some reason they are all very reluctant to let me do that. I will get on it right away. Spelled incorrect.
Rite.
Yeah.
Jesus. Please feel free to have Robbie text me if he needs details.
Okay, would you be willing to talk to the undersheriff if that's what it takes?
Of course. It's time to let me turn the public perception back to before. Oh, Jesus.
Me, who was
Let me turn this.
disregarded because I was harassing victims of abuse.
Yeah. Jesus.
Absolute
Domestic
narcissist. He was
violence.
never changed, you know. A leopard never changes its spots, like, never.
Had it been anybody else but Ken Kratz offering him this ride to the Waldorf and Dateline, I wonder if they would have let him go. But they didn't because it was Kratz.
Right.
Yeah.
Andy was not on Dateline.
No. Exhibit 8. This is Maria Link. I'm guessing that's James Link's wife.
I believe.
That's his wife.
I believe it is. Yep.
Andrew Colborn. And wow. Okay. You want to read this there, Susan?
Sure. Maria Lake got the free New York wine and dine call from KK. Are you and Barb going? He gave us 3 days notice. Answer, of course. No.
And from Andy, no, the department wouldn't allow it. I was going to go by myself anyway, but I was told no yesterday. I meant Barb wasn't going to go.
Wise choice. Dateline would have torn you up. Dave Dvorak says hi. He's here visiting for a few days. Was nice to see a cop friend for a change.
Do you know who Dave Dvorak is?
That's Judy's ex-husband or husband. I don't know if we're ex or not.
Ex.
Yeah.
Hope all is well and the continuing evil saga fades away. Be good.
You're echoing again too.
Am I? Right, hang on. Yeah, hang on. Let me mute myself. I don't know why that is like.
By the way, I think Maria is actually Lank using his wife's phone.
What I think too.
Actually, Jim.
Yep. I do too. Yep. And Colborn says, you too, Dateline would not have been able to do is wrong because Ken is an attorney and already told them what would happen if they tried. Supposedly, they are in our corner. We will see. Please tell Dave I said hi as well. You and Jim have a great Thanksgiving.
Huh? Well, he thinks
So it was Maria.
Yeah. Jim said we'd go if they paid us $1 million. Then they offered to come to Arizona to interview. I think buying an RV and traveling the U.S. is the safest solution. Ha. But can't talk him into it. You have a good Thanksgiving too.
Interesting.
Why so chummy with Lank's wife?
I guess they're.
Why ain't he talking to Lank himself? That's a little weird for me.
I don't know.
That's weird.
Exhibit 19. Looks like we have more text. This is from Brenda. And I'm guessing that's Andy because I said Manitowoc County. So she says this is on December 7th, 2017. Getting some information, getting some track.
Did I drop out?
No.
No.
I was just looking to see who. I can't tell who this is from. It says yes, and a reporter who is at least neutral. You should somehow get that to correct. And Brenda says, "Oh, I'm sure he saw it. I'm working with Lee Egan from Nancy Grace now. She is busy, but I've helped her in the past. Told her I'd compile it, and she just has to edit and write it her way."
Wait, she has to edit something? No way.
Oh God, Richard Donovan. Oh my God.
Are there texts with him in here? Oh my God.
Over 1,200. I think this is a tweet. Over 1,200 signatures now. Apparently, Laura Riccardi's brother doesn't think we have a chance. Yeah, we know that, but I love reading the comments from people about it. It really helps you realize how many people do know he's guilty. And then his tweet, I see Laura Riccardi's brother has the group playbook down pat.
Groupie.
Yeah, groupie playbook. Well, at Reed Hastings, this has zero to do with fact. Yeah, bullshit. This is about what this man's sister and her partner did. Your company at Netflix released a lie 2 years ago. Lies about Teresa and Avery's multiple victims. Ralph Riccardi, no, it's not going anywhere.
All I have to say is ban Donovan. Ban Donovan.
Oh my God, that guy. Richard Donovan said every naysayer who's ever accomplished anything. Sorry your sister decided glorifying a monster was more important than introducing a long list of victims of violent sexual abuse and beatings. The petition is 2 days old and has 1,100 signatures. People are tired of the lies and gender-driven advocacy piece. Stay tuned. This guy, if they were going to do a documentary on a monster, it'd be this guy. He is. A lot of people that haven't been around, but this guy on Twitter was terrible. He was horrible to so many people, especially women.
Yeah, I don't know
I
who
was
he
one
is.
of them, and it was the ban Donovan, and then he would even hashtag ban Donovan, and then one day, oops, banned Donovan.
The crap he pulled, especially with you and a few others, Jinx, it was.
He hasn't been back since that I know of.
And then
also, he is featured in Cam. They did interview this guy.
They did. And this is from, I'm getting, because it says LTALC. I'm guessing this is that Link, maybe?
No idea.
Thanks, or for sure, thanks for what you do, Brenda. Good luck with the Nancy Grace project. And she says, ugh, Ken just got on me about my support of the petition. So fucking frustrating, Andy.
That's Andy L. Colborn, Lieutenant ALC.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's LT, Lieutenant ALC is Lieutenant Andrew Colborn.
And then she says from Ken, I saw your post, Brenda, circulation, the petition to have Netflix cancel, ma'am, and quit production on season 2. Not that I necessarily disagree with your participation in that public position, but isn't this exactly the kind of decision we all talk about first? The bottom line is if we ever hope to secure a movie or series deal, we need ma'am to continue being relevant. Odd how he can drop
this is
you.
In
go ahead.
2017.
Yeah.
So if we ever hope to secure a movie or series deal.
That's right. That's what we're talking about.
They haven't. They haven't yet.
That's correct.
Right.
So maybe they were discussing it. Before. I mean, I don't know when
pre-rec
Cam
coming in, maybe.
Sounds like it. Sounds like it. And then she says, odd how he can drop YouTube videos about the deceit and do presentations, but I have to get permission. Whatever. Here's my reply. Yeah. She's talking to Andy about Kratz. Here's my reply. This is making them relevant. It's putting their deceit in the news, just like your YouTube videos. Isn't that what we are fighting for? I shared my personal Facebook page supportive of a petition to stop MAM 2. I think we all know that this isn't stopping Netflix, but it is showing the masses that there's an issue. They can definitely segue into people wanting the other side to be told.
Yeah, right.
It made y'all look like fools. What it made you look like.
You can read this one, Susan.
And then it says, "Okay, we're good. I'm overreacting." So that's Brenda to Andy.
Brenda to Andy, I guess, and then it looks like a three-way here.
It says Kratz.
And it's Kratz's Twitter. I totally agree. In fact, the more we talk about this, the better off we are. This wasn't a criticism, Brenda, as much as a suggestion for how we may be able to totally use this to our advantage. She says, "Gotcha. Thanks, Ken. I honestly wasn't thinking it was a decision thing since it was just advocating for it, but I certainly see the point on that."
And then
whatever.
Yeah, Colborn says, "Did you just use the F word?" I talked to Tom yesterday, so I kind of know your guys' frustration. I will stay involved in my minuscule way as long as you and Tom are in. I don't think I could work with just Ken, though. Oh, my God. I have to tell you, I hope Netflix gets a conscience and scraps both seasons of Lies, but I know they won't.
Duh.
You can read Brenda's
Why can't
page.
you work with just Ken? What's wrong with Ken? I thought.
Who? Nobody likes Ken Kratz. I don't care who they are.
You can read Brenda's part. You can read Brenda's part.
Brenda says, "No, you misread it. I didn't use the F word, Angel. I know they won't either, but at least the Hallbucks will maybe know there are people out there supporting them." Yes, Tom told me about it. Ken is nuts if he tries to push us, because we don't need him. He needs us. Don't get me wrong, I like Ken, but his objectives are different than ours. Oh, so she likes Ken. Good
well,
God.
at that point, that changes.
You know, she doesn't really like him.
No, I know she doesn't now. That big fall out. I like him as well, but this isn't all about Ken and or money. It's about Avery's victims, alive and deceased, and about supporting the truth and the entire criminal justice system. Not just Ken. I still care about him, though.
Me too. He is a good man. Just needs reining in on a regular basis. LOL.
What the CKD.
I checked. I think it means.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure you used the F-bomb. Lol.
Don't lose respect for me. I bring it out more often with Ken than anyone. LOL.
Oh, I won't. Oh, I won't totally understand.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, that's the end of 289-19.
No.
This lawsuit has certainly been a comic.
Oh no, it's not. It's not. Go hell. There's 8 more pages.
Jack.
I thought I scrolled down. I'd scrolled off screen. My bad.
Three more pages.
Yeah, Brenda says, go ahead.
I'm gonna swear again. Here's this counter petition to keep it on. Such a wonderfully thoughtful write-up. Change.org.
Yep.
Keep making of a murderer.
On Netflix
making
and go
of a murder and go on with season 2.
This is from Jerry Hollander. Do I got to explain myself? Watch the show and understand that these two are set up. The petition will be delivered to Netflix.
I remember that petition too.
And Colborn says, you are always going to have the Kool-Aid drinkers. Never be able to convince.
3 exclamation points. Brenda says it'd be nice to just win once with this travesty.
Well, we kind of did. They couldn't come up with anything on their own. Had to use someone else's idea.
And the petition is to keep Making of a Murderer on Netflix. LOL. Actually, it's Making of a Murder.
Yeah.
That's what it said.
Actually, it's Making a Murderer, not Making of a Murderer.
Correct.
Yeah.
Have about the grammar. Do I got to explain myself? I think it should be, do I have to explain myself? Question mark, question mark. Just say it.
I know. LOL. Hey, does Link have any sons? Ever hear of a Brad Link?
No, he doesn't. Not that I know of.
He does have kids.
Okay, I'm looking at who signed the petition and any names that stick out.
I know he and Maria do not have kids. Is Minerva on here? On there? Lol.
Minerva is not signing that I'm aware of. LOL.
And that is the end.
Is Minerva from Reddit?
Yeah, Minerva is one of the early people on the case.
Right.
But she was as far as I know, she's a truther. The Minerva that I remember.
Well, remember,
if it's the same Minerva.
Their other petition that said to keep it, where it said make a murderer, keep making murderer season.
Yes.
Whatever.
Yeah. That's
so
what they're asking about.
That if she was a truther, so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they know who Minerva is. Obviously, somebody has something for Minerva.
Back
or something.
I think Brenda was all over.
Was she?
Oh, yeah.
Reddit and social media.
Oh, she was. Yeah, she was back then for sure. Okay, Exhibit 20.
He had a thing for Minerva.
More text messages, and this is from January 25th, 2018. So we move forward, and from Brenda, and then it probably looks like Lieutenant Link again.
I won all 4,000. Damn it!
So do I. All of them.
Yeah.
Colborn says, "Hey Brenda, while my last duty day at MTSO is on 2/2/2018, I will still be employed by Manitowoc County until March 16th, 2018. Although I will be using up my vacation. The reason I say this is because I'm still not able to talk about this case until after 3/16/2018. So, if at all possible, could you tell the director I won't be available until after March 16? Hopefully that gives up more prep time anyway."
Good morning. They are here in town filming it on March 1 and 2. Sean told me that they won't do anything with the footage as far as airing it for a while because they need to edit and compile it. The fun stuff. Since they are in town for just those 2 days this time, I know they'd much rather have video than audio of you, as they'd have to record it over the phone otherwise. They'll definitely want to be in the first batch of interviews too, since your story is going to be a huge selling point. Would it help if the director notes that in your waiver that nothing can be done publicly with the footage until XX date? I totally understand if until 3/16. We'll make it work, no matter what. Just trying to think of an alternative that allows them to film you while they're there. They're here. I truly think we want some visual footage, but maybe they can come back for that part. I don't know. I think they'll interview you more than once, probably. But you are a huge draw, and WB setting the record straight. Oh my God, I can't wait. Finally, they'll do what they need to make it work. You need to be comfortable. I work for you.
Is there
Now,
is there
this is
is there a lot of is there a lot of butter going on here? Do you guys detect that? Go
Oh,
ahead.
you think?
Just a
You
little bit.
think? What is WB? What was
Would
that?
be.
Would be, yeah, it would be setting the record straight. That's exactly right. That's
Oh,
a shorthand.
Okay.
And he says, "Okay, that will work out fine."
She says, thank you.
No problem.
I definitely want to meet with you before though. I want to go through potential interview questions along with going over your testimony again regarding the phone call and key, etc. Refresh your memory as much as possible. Maybe I could come to your house, or you can come to mine so I have my computer. We should really schedule that soon since I'll be leaving on the 18th. Think a weeknight or weekend day you're around?
Sounds good. Okay, sounds good.
How about once you're done with MTSO and you have a day off? I think you said Fridays. Next Friday? Or what time do you work till your final day? I'll bring the champagne to celebrate your retirement if you want me to meet you at home. It'd be nice to see Barb, and I'd really like her to be in the loop on what I think they will want to cover with you.
Let's plan on Friday after the 2nd, okay? Not sure how long I will be there on the 2nd. It might be late, MITE. It might be late. Will the 9th work for you?
I'm babysitting on the 9th. Pretty much any time that week may work if you're off on the Monday the 5th or Thursday the 8th during the day or Sunday the 4th. Once it hits the weekend of the 9th, I'm swamped with final prep since I'm leaving in the 18th and have to get everything to Sean well before that to go over.
Let's do Monday the 4th around 2 p.m. I'll work Sunday. And Tuesday, I have to be up at 4 a.m.
The 5th, you mean? 2 p.m. is perfect.
Yep. You could come anytime after 12 p.m. on the 5th if you want to start early.
Let's do that. I have a feeling I'll be there a while. LOL. 12-ish. I'll bring lunch.
Okay.
Ooh, that made him happy. 2525 Victoria Drive.
Yep, Manitowoc 54220.
I'm so excited. I feel like, at the very least, you and others will have a voice. Regardless of what happens, we can say we did our best.
Yep, I'm with you 100%.
Speaking of that, Tom and I had a great visit yesterday. He stopped by. I miss him. He's going to reach out to you, so I'm not saying any more because it's his choice and yours. As I mentioned before, I will do everything I can to get him involved once I meet Sean in person and have a clear pic of what he thinks. Tom's my guy, and I love you both. I will give up a chunk of my salary to get him on board, but not going through Ken. Candy's
Assume they're talking
coming
about
over
Fassbender.
today.
Yes, she
Yeah.
is.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Candy's coming over today. We have so much fun. Candy?
Candy
As
Avery.
in Earl's wife. Yep.
That's what I was thinking, Susan. Candy, really?
Candy
Yep.
and Brenda are buds?
Still trying
Yep.
to push her narrative that Avery did it, I see.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, we will have to talk more about that on Monday. I hope he gets on board too. Tell Candy I said hi. Hope she is doing okay.
I hope so too. And he knows I will do all I can once I'm more familiar with Sean and we can talk to him candidly. Hey, did you get a voicemail? Oops, disregard.
I know you will too. I have total trust in you.
I know you do. And I'm glad because I spent 2 years of my life doing this mainly because of you. And then Tom too. And then everyone else they hurt with their phony film. I would never do anything but try to make this the best it can be. With it, with or without Ken. I believe it's the best chance we have and believe in this director. With or without Ken is what I meant above.
I totally understand. Hopefully everyone is able to be on board.
So this is telling us right here, she hasn't even met Sean yet.
No,
but
no,
they've
this is.
obviously had communications.
Oh yeah, because she's talking about salary.
And she's already like with or without Ken.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were definitely issues.
Sean Reck probably said, "I don't want to work with that asshole."
Oh my God.
But he did. He obviously did.
All right, 21. More text message. And this is moving forward to February of 2018 between Brenda and Andrew's name is not redacted in this.
Okay. So this is just the next month.
That's
that
correct.
Was January of 18.
That's right. So you start off.
Okay, hang on. Let me get up here. Okay, this is Brenda to Andy. Hey, I know Tom will get around to calling you, but it's been a crazy couple days. He and I officially agreed to sign on today. We will have a contract soon, so I'm getting as much done as I can before I go on vacation this Sunday. For now, I'm trying to get people scheduled, and I think you have to work Saturday, March 3rd. So would you be able to come to Kakana for a few hours, either Friday afternoon around 2 or Sunday sometime before 2? I just hung up with Mike Griesbach, and he's interested too.
I work Sunday, so it'd have to be on Friday, 3/2. Hey, congrats and happy Valentine's Day, by the way.
I fly in from the Philippines on Friday and we'll be there around 1:30, so maybe 2:30 Friday. Same to you, and thank you. I'm very excited. Tom will be reaching out at some point soon, too.
Oh, what is this?
Is this her address in Kakana or something?
Thinking, oh, yeah, this is the road in Kakana.
Yeah, I think that's
giving him a map. Yeah, giving him a map where to go. Yeah. Okay. You text me from the airport when you get back, and I will head over then.
I'm flying into O'Hare and driving home, so I'm worried I'll forget. LOL. I'm going to be tired. Tom will be there for you, even if I'm not.
Okay, sounds good.
But I really think I'll send you your testimony and stuff in advance so you can read it.
Or you can stop here on your way back, and I will follow you to Kakana. Okay.
LOL. We'll work something out. I'll be there with you. I'm so glad this is happening. Do I get to come to your retirement party, or do you have to be LE, law enforcement?
Me too. If possible, I can send that. If possible, send that stuff hard copy. Okay. Thanks. And of course, you can come to my party. I would be disappointed if you didn't.
Oh, good. I really want to.
Thumbs up, laughy face.
324.
Huh. Yep, at the Manitowoc Eagles Club, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Andy, could you do 4:30 p.m. on Friday? Is that too late? Tom and I both want to be there when you are. He works till 4:30 driving bus.
That should work.
Perfect. We're going to fight over it otherwise. LOL.
I do work the next day, so I can't stay very late. I have to be up at 4 a.m. Sorry.
LOL. We aren't keeping you out late. Thought it'd be nice if you could have dinner with us after then. Nothing extravagant, and it'll be quick. You'll be the last interview for the day, but you'll be a longer one.
Okay, sounds good. That's all that one.
Tom drives a bus now?
Well, he was then.
He was
then. That's what I thought. He's meant for a copper to be a bus driver.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with that shit, but okay. Do your Dateline interview. Yeah. Hey, can I drive my bus up to that Dateline interview? I'm
I
kidding.
wonder if he's still driving a bus in Madison, and one of those buses he has to drive is the one with Brenda Dassey's picture on it.
That could be.
Hey, before we continue, and it's been a while, Alice, have you seen anyone that's joined us that we haven't said hello to?
No, the Neverleys joined us again. I seen her name pop up again, but Bethany's joined us.
Oh,
Hi,
hey,
Bethany. Nice to see you.
Hi, Bethany. We got more emails.
The level of Kool-Aid drinking here is just annoying. Oh my God.
I think it's got a few drops of cyanide. I don't know what it's got in it, but man, oh man.
Well, this is straight up Jim Jones formula. Again, I would have to believe that Brenda, Sean, that whole group has clearly not done a stitch of research on the case at all, because I'm just as pro law enforcement as the next person, if not more. And it didn't take me long at all, or even very many documents to go through to realize there's a serious freaking problem here.
Well, she's definitely knows the case, but in my view, this is just my opinion. Just being as civil as I can be about it. She refuses to see certain aspects. She knows it's there. She recognizes it, but she chooses to put far less importance on certain aspects, if that makes sense. And, being, again, I'm a pro law enforcement person myself. As long as we have to have the police. I mean, not to get off into a long discussion about that, but we must have the police. And as long as they act in accordance with the laws, they're civil with people, I don't have a problem with law enforcement and whatsoever. In fact, Go
ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I didn't mention her.
No, you're fine.
I just want. She just hates Avery so much. She doesn't care what they did.
That's right. That's exactly it in a nutshell.
That is her stance.
Is she
But
a
where
local?
does that hatred come from? She's not from Manitowoc. I don't think she grew up there or anything.
She's about 40, 50 minutes away.
And I think she probably, watched the trial as it happened, and then and thought he was guilty, obviously.
Yeah,
She watched the trial from the media's perspective, though, right? Like, was she actually there?
Yeah, I don't think
they aired the whole trial locally there.
Yeah, locally they did.
So when you say certain aspects, do you mean like particular pieces of evidence or particular people, or?
When you say what?
You talking about what?
Or if you don't want to expound on that, that's fine.
Well, no. You talking about Brenda? I think that it's overall it's a lot in typical Gilter fashion. They refuse to look solidly and complete at the complete picture. We try to look at the complete picture.
I honestly think she probably, like Greasebuck, thinks they did some planting, but she doesn't care because she thinks Avery is such an evil guy and she thinks he murdered Teresa. And plus all the other women he raped and this and that. And, yeah.
I think
there is no other rape. The rape that he was convicted of is been exonerated from. That is,
I know.
At this point, with all of Avery's convictions to date, Ken Kratz is more of a sexual deviant, sexually harassing people at his job and victims of domestic violence than Stephen Avery has ever been convicted of. People can make accusations and they not be true. So without that conviction, she's defaming Avery.
She is, really. Yeah.
So from that aspect of, exactly what Susan said, they choose to believe this other side that, he's just the Averys are just, especially Stephen is just a crummy person, and choosing to believe that side and not recognizing these serious problems with the case of what we see.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Talk about
I'd like to know what she thinks about Ken Kratz sexually harassing victims of crimes he was, the prosecution of the perpetrator. That's okay with her? He's not somebody who should be hated upon. I mean, if he's willing to do that with his power as a DA, what does that tell her about Ken Kratz? He's a good guy? Because it doesn't to me.
No. All right, let's get to this one.
I think at this point she despises Kratz, but
yeah, we're
okay.
at
we all should, because he was an active predator. Hope I'm not echoing. No, he was a nasty piece of work. Anyway, yeah, he didn't just harass women sexually; he
raped them. I know he raped women.
Yes, awful man, awful. Anyway, I'll mute myself. I'm eating. Right, bye.
Thanks, Tuco. Yeah, let's continue on with this is exhibit. I think we're up to 22. We'll do 22 and 23, and then we're going to call it a night. So
I
this
should
one
say allegedly raped them. I believe him though.
Yeah,
that's right, because he hasn't been convicted.
This is a 5-pager.
That's right.
And this is March 18th. Go ahead, Brenda. I mean, Susan.
Hey there. I'm here, but as always, a good way for me. I know Saturday was tough, but I'm so proud of you. I knew you'd be great, and I know that it was difficult, but thank you. Thank you for trusting us and Sean. I have no doubt he will do right by you and us friends. I told Tom that when I first talked to you and you started to trust me, my passion to call those women out got even stronger. Then when you introduced me to Tom and we got to know each other, I felt even stronger. I told Tom, yes, do this for the hall blocks, for Teresa. But honestly, at this point, I do it more for you two. You're my guys, my friends. I'm so happy to be part of this and know this. I will do everything in my power to do right by you. Great job, Andy. I got a phone call. Oh, let me just read this next one. By the way, I'm planning a cruise for us in 2020. The film will air in 2019, and I'm going to find us a cruise and open it up to those involved in this, and we are going. With Tom there, you'll feel safe, and we'll get cruise. You and she deserve it. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, now it's his new girlfriend.
No, it won't be Barb. Because if it was Barb, she'd probably throw him off the top rack and he'd drown. Okay.
Yeah, I need to call Eddie back.
Yeah, you go ahead and we'll do this. Okay, Andy says, lol, sounds good. Thank you, Brenda. You are my friend and you always will be. By the way, I forgot to tell Sean about that idiot who posted pictures of my son and daughter on social media. If you do get a chance, could you let him know about that? I reported that to the FBI. You're a very special person, young lady. Very special. She said, are you back yet? You want to read it? You want to read it, Jinx?
Thanks, AC. And yes, I will tell him. As a matter of fact, I just ran across that tweet in one of collateral damage folders. Did they ever get a hold of that guy?
As in classic FBI and DCI fashion, they never told me. Both the FBI and the DCI were investigating that.
Good. I hope that guy got a good stern warning.
I as well. Yeah.
So he only gets a warning, but the other guys get sued?
Apparently.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No. It start on hey dude.
Hey, do you know who the records guy is at the city of Manitowoc? I'm looking for all of Avery's activities like I got from Larry L. at MTSO, but for the city.
Her name is Jenny Storzer. Her number is redacted.
Sweet. Thank you.
Smiley face, thumbs up.
You got to scroll because I don't have it open. What cell phone company did you have in 2005? Your personal cell, I'm referring to.
Cellcom. My number was redacted.
I doubt they have your records back to 2005, but I'm gonna just call. Wait, you went too far up. Wait a minute. Just call and ask them how long they archive for in general. Only looking for 11.3 to 11.5 calls, so we can prove that you never called Ryan Hillgas 22 times or called dispatch on 11.4 from your personal phone because you were out planting rabs and needed to confirm you had the right one.
Oh my God.
Laughing face.
Okay, I doubt they have 13-year-old reefs res, but would be great if they did.
Wouldn't it? Of course, they just say you used a payphone then.
Laughy face. Of course they would.
They only keep phone records for 6 years. They were gonna to look it up, so I gave them your phone number and I said it's under Andy Colborn and maybe Barb. She asked if I was Barb and I'm like, yeah, because I only wanted to know if they had it or not. Laugh out loud. Then she asked me for the last four of Barb's number, Barb's social security number. Oops. So I said, actually, I'm calling on behalf of them and just wanted to know in general if you would even have records that far back.
Lol, they busted you there, laughy face. I didn't think they would have them. I didn't think that they would have.
Laugh out loud. Not good to impersonate being the wife of a lieutenant. Hey, did you ever hear of a Lieutenant Godbodorak in Manitowoc?
Gaspadarek, yeah. Yes, he was one that worked for the city PD and one that worked for us. He was retired before I started that, though, I think.
Thanks.
Okay. Yep, that's the end of 22. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, Gaspar, yeah, I think he might have passed away. I think he did, but I'm pretty sure he gave a deposition.
For this case?
The civil case, I think he did. Okay. And 23. More text message. And this is between, again, Brenda and Colborn. This is moving forward even more. We're up to December 13th, 2018.
This is right before the lawsuit's filed, correct?
Actually, it is. That's right.
So do you want to do Colborn?
Yeah, I'll do Colborn. You do, yeah, you can do Brenda. Mm-hmm.
Well, it starts with you then.
Oh, it does. I'm sorry. It's flipped around. Good morning, Brenda. I wanted to thank you for all the help you gave Mike on the complaint. It's sad that it's come to this, but I'm so very appreciative of what have done and continue to do. Mike explained that the complaint against Farak would be a totally different document and different evidence, and he can't get that done in time to file it at the same time as the complaint. So Farak has to come later. I hope it makes sense, and I have to trust Mike knows what he is doing. Thanks again, Brenda. Let's hope this makes some of the craziness stop.
Yeah, I figured as much about Farrak. No worries. It makes sense. Are we going to be able to see it one last time?
I hope so. He was working on it late last night. Maybe wouldn't hurt if you asked him to, just to be safe. One final check.
Did you ask him to see it?
Yes, I did, via email.
Okay, I just did too. Piggybacked off of one. I drive him nuts. I know I do, but it's all for you, bud. I hope you know that.
Us. It's all on us. We're all in this together.
I think Mike thinks I'm a pain in the ass, though.
You are not. Mike doesn't know how lucky he is that you're helping.
Okay, as long as you know that. I want it to be accurate and perfect, because I know what's going to happen already. You do you? Is that the end of it? Okay, let me get to this page.
No.
Oh, this is a different one?
Well, it's the same document. I just had to scroll down.
Okay, I see it now, so I can read it then. Zellner's tweet today. Her sheeple all commented how they hadn't thought of that. She's so smart. Ugh. Why would anyone would put branches on it? Avery would, to hide it, till he could crush it. If there's a flyover, wouldn't they want to find it? They're framing him, for fuck's sake. Why hide it? Why lock Rav? Avery did because he didn't want anyone inside of it. Not to mention that he had the key to unlock it, so no one could get into it without that key. She didn't have keyless entry, but he didn't know that. Makes me so mad how dense these people are. Rant over. Do you want me to read her tweet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Kathleen Zellner tweeted, why would anyone put branches on RAV4? Because they know there is a flyover. Who knows there's a flyover? The cops. So killer locks RAV4. Why? To keep SA blood drops safe for DNA ID. Sure, that makes sense if you are a cop. At Life After 10 Newsweek, making a murderer part 2.
Lol. Wow, she is really on something there. What a case cracker. Wonder why Brendan would have said that Avery put those on there to hide it from view. Nope. Clearly, it's the police. Lol.
Did he send it to you yet?
Yep, he sent it to you too.
As soon as I can see it, I'll read it if there's any more. Yep, got it.
Okay, we're meeting tomorrow a.m. Plan is to file tomorrow.
I'm going through it and we'll have it to him by 10 a.m. Press conference tomorrow?
No, I don't think that will be until Monday. I will get the details on that tomorrow. FRAC will definitely be happening within 45 days.
Oh, good, jerk.
How's the company paint look?
Huh?
Autocorrect. Autocorrect. How does the complaint look to you?
Laugh out loud. Didn't look yet. Tom will be here soon and calling Sean. What time are you and Mike meeting tomorrow a.m.?
10:30. He will be filing about an hour later.
Okay, crap. Okay. I'll send him stuff as I find it then.
There's more coming.
Okay. Andy, please call this part out to Mike when you review it. I don't think it's accurate. He's speaking for you here, and I don't believe this is anything you've ever told me. I can't read what this is that she's highlighting.
I blew it up. It'll zoom in there in a second.
Do you want me to read the whole document? Because I don't
No, it's just a highlighted part.
Plaintiff Colborn subsequently learned that an investigator, Jean Couchet, in the detective division followed up, claiming that the right man had been convicted. Oh, he blames Jean Couche. Okay.
Okay, I
That's
did
kinda
learn.
interesting.
Yeah, it is. Okay, I did learn Couchet had taken the call, but I didn't learn that until 2016. That's quite a long time later, huh? Lol. I will tell him.
How did you find that out? That Couchet took the call. Also, he states on page 1 that in a patrol segment role, you had patrol sergeant role, you had no supervisor authority in 2003 to 2011. Is that correct, that you didn't supervise anyone or anything?
Mike told me. Apparently, Cachet told someone in the DA's office. He took the call. Yeah, I definitely had supervisory authority.
Ah, okay. But yeah, you still never talked to Couchet about it, as he states. Well, by 2016, he was dead. That's what I figured. Can you bring that up too, page 1?
Yep.
I don't want to be down his throat on every little thing, so it helps if you can mention it.
Unless he's talking about at Avery's. I wasn't the supervisor at Avery's during the searches.
No, he's not, because I made it hat revision to state you weren't acting in a managerial role for that, but he changed it to this. What did he change it to? I'm just going to read where she highlighted when she blew it up.
Yeah.
Between 2011, it's too big actually. Plaintiff was patrol sergeant, which was a what is that? A management position with no policy making or supervisor authority, as a non-management position with no policy making or supervisory authority. At no time in his employment did serve as a public official. Isn't he a public official being a cop? He's working for the public.
Absolutely, he is definitely public. It's going to scrub. There's a little bit more. There's more.
All right. See yellow and pink part.
I addressed both of these. My responses to Mike are forwarded to you to your email.
Have you ever definitively said it was a Green Bay detective in 1995? Or that they called the jail because they couldn't reach a detective in the detective vision? If you see my questions in my follow email, disregard. I wanted to include, even though I know you already addressed them, since he doesn't know I was aware you corrected them.
I addressed that and a couple of other things. I think it looks pretty damn good. Mike worked hard on that. I got to admit.
He sure did.
Did you and Tom get a hold of Sean?
Reschedule for Saturday a.m.
Oh, okay. I hope goes well and he has a good news. That's the end of it. Wow.
So Goosh admitted it to a DA's office that he was the one who took that call. Hearsay from Mike.
That is interesting.
I think I've read that before about Couchet taking that call. So, yeah, that was really interesting. Am I still echoing?
I don't know.
You know, I kind of assumed it was him because he was like, and he is echoing.
Yeah, you're echoing.
Okay, I'll mute. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
He was the inspector chief detective or whatever. Like, he was the top of the detectives. So I think he took that call. I always thought he did. And this kind of confirms it. So.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, I thought I'd read that before. Okay. Cool.
Hey, before I forget, and I see this here, Cherie has linked us a document in our Discord chat. Alice, I don't know if you put up our Discord invites or not yet today, but Allie Asperson, actually, some years ago, she did a rebut to Dan O'Donnell. I love Allie. I wish she would come back. She is so cool. But anyway, this has been really interesting. And actually, I had not heard that Couchet is the one that took the call. This is news to me, and that brings up a lot of other possibilities. Hey, Susan, you back?
Yeah, same here. I'd never heard that Couchet was the one that took the call.
Yeah, absolutely not. So, but you know what, guys? It's
have a
It's
question
not-
about that. In
Yeah.
his deposition, do they ask him if he took the call, and does he deny it from the civil suit?
Not in any of the clips we've seen.
No, and I don't think it's in any of the transcript that I remember reading. I'd have to read it again to be sure, but I don't remember him ever saying who the person was and that Couché took the call. I don't remember that at all.
I really wish I could.
I'm not
get
sure.
that.
Wasn't sure if he was ever asked that question directly. I would have to watch him again. No, he just showed more signs of frustration and posed about his poster, really, didn't he? I don't think he was asked that question directly, but yeah, it was recently I read that he said he had taken the call, so maybe that's a recent discovery. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'll mute. Right, bye.
He took evidence out of the case, which I saw on the computer when I was out in Wisconsin. That for the rally I went in, and one of the things it shows is that Couché took evidence out, and I'm assuming that would be the picture that he drew, that he framed, which was hanging in his. But I can't remember the date now. Like, I wish I would have written down more stuff from that document, because it would be interesting to see that he took that picture of his art, his tracing, after that call in 95.
The framing of his frame.
Yeah, like it would have remember, oh, it's been 10 years and now I'm reminded of this. He's appealing.
Good point.
Let me get my picture now.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's really interesting. This news to me, and it does. I can't say that it really changes too much because he's gone now. So, I'm gonna have to
he's
maybe.
gone now, yes, but it just goes to prove that even way back then, they were gunning for Stephen. We obviously we know that. So he's gone now, makes no odds now, but that's a clear indication there. That's quite a thing, that. Like, I'll mute.
Wait just 1 second here.
Remember,
I wonder, Jack, if you could take me down a wee bit as you then.
Remember, it was Couché the pencil who said DNA could be fabricated.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely, good point.
Give me just 1 second, guys.
So for him to say DNA could be fabricated, is that a flippant comment? Of course it's a flippant comment, but why make that comment? Has he done it himself before? Has he seen it done?
He was quite a flippant kind of person, I thought. He was flippant with the investigators, and he couldn't be bothered with them, so, and quite cheeky below it, I think. I think you could be right there,
Aye, definitely. It was such a flippant answer when they said to him, but you do realise that Stephen Avery got exonerated because of DNA. And that's when he went, well, DNA can be fabricated.
And his body movements. Remember that, Alice? His body moving and his eyes and shit.
Exactly, Jack. Yeah, I kind of did it, but I'm not on camera, so nobody's seen it.
I mean, we held that, it's a 3-minute clip or whatever the hell it was that Farak got, and it was so telling of Couché. And, Doc is really on fire about that photo and the drawing tracing, I call it. There's no doubt he traced that damn picture.
He traced it, Jack. He traced it. And for anybody else to say differently, I'm sorry, but they're fucking stupid. Because you can clearly see that is a trace from Stephen's
booking
mugshot.
Yeah, it's a bug.
The clue to that is when he took the paint or the drawing and framed it, he frames it with the picture of Avery he traced it from, not the picture of Avery at the time of arrest in 85 August or whatever it was.
That's right.
August.
That's right. Crazy.
I forgot that he had the actual picture in the frame and all.
I know you can't make it up. It's ultimate stupid dumbassness or complete narcissism, or just habit because they think they live in a world above the law themselves. I find it quite fascinating. So, Jax, am I still echoey?
I don't know. Testing, testing. You are.
Well,
You're
I'm
still
okay.
echoing. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're echoing.
Have you got a volume control for me at your end? You could turn down just a touch, maybe.
Oh yeah,
I
you
do.
turned him up. Maybe you turned him up too much.
I just turned you down. Let me turn it down a little bit.
Well, unmute just now, okay, and then we'll try again in a minute.
I've turned it down to about 90%, so we'll see if that helps. But yeah, I mean, if you've got speakers on nearby your microphone, it's going to echo some.
No, I've switched everything off. I'm sitting here in absolute darkness. I've pulled cables out and all sorts, like.
Well, you can go to. You can. It's not as bad. You can go to the gear. Are you on your laptop or whatever?
I am. Yeah, I am on my
You can
laptop.
go to the gear and go down to the voice and video, and if you scroll down, there's a option for echo control or whatever the hell it's called.
Noise suppression, I think
I'll
it
go
is.
look at that then. I'll mute then. Okay, I'll look at that. Okay, thanks.
Now, I use push to talk. You can assign a button to push when you talk, which is what I have. So when I release the button, it doesn't matter anyway because I don't have anything on. But when I release the button, my background can't be heard. And it's called, if you scroll down, echo cancellation. It's down pretty far down in the voice and video options on Discord.
And put in noise suppression. It says something standard and crisp. I have mine on crisp.
I do too. Yeah. Yep, I have that on as well. But I've been using push to talk for over 20 years now on various audio platforms. So anyway, all right, guys, it's getting close to 10 o'clock. We've been at it for, let's see. We've been on for 3 hours and 47 minutes. We've covered several documents, and we're up to document 23 of document 89, attachment 23. As I said, 24 through 27 are restricted. We do not have those. However, we have probably for, I guess we'll start back Sunday as it stands right now. There's 28 through 32 to still finish up with these attachments. So we got a few more left to go. I'm sure we'll cover those Sunday, and we'll get started on document 290, which I believe is Laura Riccardi's declaration, and I'd like to read that one as well because she's going to give a different perspective than Maura, and we may get more information that might be interesting. So, with that said, Alice, anybody got anything before we do a few plugins for people?
Oh, can you hear me?
Can hear you now.
Hey, Susan.
Oh, okay. Huh. I just said I went through Laura's statement or whatever it was, and it's almost identical.
Oh, you've already went through Laura's declaration?
Yeah.
Then we probably won't read it. We'll probably just whatever attachments. Let's see. Let me look here right quick. 29.
Crockett says no RAV spotted on flyover Friday. So how do we explain not seeing RAV but branches on top?
Why did
Because-
they edit that part out?
Yeah. But I mean, that was Brenda talking, so she's not going to use common sense to think, well, why would you put branches on it with a big fucking Toyota RAV4 cover sticking out the back of it? You know what I mean?
I would like to ask her why she feels that the flyover, which is edited also, why there is not one view of that area where the RAV is found on the property. All views of that are not, they don't look at it, but yet they zoom into the car that the plates were found. So you explain that to me.
Yeah, because they kept the distance away jinx so that you wouldn't see. You know what I mean? If that car was there when they were doing that flyover, they would have zoomed right in on top of it, that you seen the roof and you seen everything round about it, including the branches and everything like that. But it's a load of bollocks.
Well, even if they didn't see it, Alice, from the plane, you would think they would have documented every inch of that property on videotape and reviewed it back when they got back.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And
Yeah.
They may not have seen it from the air, but yeah. They should have documented the entire yard and then gone over that footage, and that's when they could have possibly seen it.
I wonder if the part that's edited actually zooms into the branches and stuff, right? Like, because why wouldn't they do that if they saw this miscellaneous vehicle in the middle of that area? There was like no other cars that were next to each other the way that it was with the RAV. Why wouldn't you notice that on your flyover?
And had all that shit on top of it.
Right. Like, hello.
Yeah.
And they zoom in on the plate car, the car the plates found.
Yeah.
So why couldn't it boggles my mind. So why that is all cut.
The cover on the back of the RAV4, that's reflective as well. So whether you're in a plane or not, or whether you're on the ground, you would have seen the black circle with a white reflection. You know what I mean?
Maybe. I mean, not necessarily, but possibly.
I think they definitely would have noticed. I don't think they definitely would have noticed the car, because that was the only car in that area from the photos that we have that had all that shit piled on top of it. Even that in itself might call attention. Even they were 500 feet. I think that was the lowest they can fly during that search.
There's trees right there. I mean, I'm not so sure they would have seen it from the plane.
They could have missed
they
it.
documented
what
it.
They
recording.
They come in towards the pond. The trees are then behind the RAV. You can see the RAV sitting right there on the ridge.
Well, here's the thing. Even if they didn't necessarily see it themselves, it's just odd that it's not recorded. Something's not there, right? Right. Yeah. So I don't know. Anyway, document 290. I'm going to take Susan's word for it. She's already reviewed it. However, we won't read it. However, there are, and the one I've got pulled up here first, that document you see right. That's attachment 1 out of document 290. And there are There are 35 attachments to document 290, so we will be going through them, even if we don't read her declaration. Because if it's basically the same thing, we'll just go through them. We'll take in what's relevant. Like this document here is actually pretty cool. It's from Kenneth Peterson.
Well, now you're just teasing us.
Yeah, I am.
It's right there on the screen.
Yep. Employees shall make no comments concerning the Stephen Avery case. All news releases shall be issued either by Sheriff Peterson or Inspector Herman. So that's September 12th, 2003.
Yeah, that's got to be old.
So anyway. Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll get to them on Sunday.
Is that the only thing attached to that? Or?
Oh, no. Oh, that particular document there?
Yeah. No, I mean attached to her.
Oh, to 290? Oh, hell no. There's 35 attachments.
Oh, good God. Wow.
Yeah.
I would go through those and see if any of them are like the depots that like we should also go through that Colborn one to see what was changed, what was added that wasn't.
What's added, yeah.
So to make sure, and then like if there is a Colborn one that's more than 108 pages, we should see what's different about those too, maybe.
Yeah, I know that other one wasn't quite as long as this one, but maybe I'll do that tonight. I'll just go through and record the page numbers in the first deposition he gave.
How many were attached to Moira's statement or whatever? I bet there's a lot of repeats.
Probably. There's probably at least some.
Nan's Life in chat. Hi, Nan's Life. She says, vehicles in a salvage yard are parked as make and model, that RAV would have stood out in the flyer, in my opinion. Yeah, me too. I completely agree with you, Nan's life. That motor would have stood out like a sore thumb because it was beside rusty, crushed, wrecked vehicles. But yeah, that was a pristine SUV sitting on a verge high up where you would have seen it. You know what I mean? So, in my opinion, they would have seen that RAV for that vehicle. And if that RAV was there on that flyover, they would have zoomed into it.
Well,
it would have been in the court case. They would have shown it.
Oh, that would have been
it'd have
been a ticker tape
way
on
television all over the place. Yeah.
Well, we got a couple of issues to answer your question. To Maura's declaration, there are 28. Well, actually, there's more than that. You got to add 5 to that. Let's see, 24, 25, 26, 27.
33.
There's 32. There would have been 32 to hers with the other 4. With Laura Riccardi's, there's 35.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what any of those may be redacted. I haven't looked at them more than just probably a couple seconds. There's just too many. I don't remember. But
some of those might be repeats as well, is what I mean. So you
we also
go through those and look.
Yeah, I will. And then, but we have to back up. Just talking about the flyer over briefly. Don't forget that email that Zellner sent to Fallon, and she says, "I want the full unredacted flyover video." And he flies off and sends that email to Wiegert and Amanda, and I don't know who. I think he copied Gon maybe. And he's like, "We better take a look at that second 8mm tape and get it working."
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck's on it? As far as I know, we've never heard anything about it.
We know there's more footage, for God's sake.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these people have more trouble with electronic digital shit than I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Yeah. Crockett says, you can see all other vehicles. Why not RAV? Yes, I completely agree. Anthony House says, recon flight for possible point of entry. Yes, I could agree with that as well.
Essentially. Yeah, there's no doubt. If they'd have seen that RAV there on the 4th when they did the flyover, there would have been a ticker tape parade. But not only that, and we're forgetting one other point. If that RAV had been sitting there for 5 days, like Kratz wants to say, there's not a doubt in my mind, not one doubt, somebody would have inquired about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It'd been like, hey, how much you want for that RAV? What's wrong?
That yard.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, they did. They just let customers in with them to go look for parts and stuff. So it would have, people would have been in there. Why would they think that's hiding it? Putting a branch on that and a fucking hood, but leaving the back where it says RAV with a big Lemieux sticker on it. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a couple boxes and a couple of car parts. Like, come on. I mean, it'd be like that thing sitting there with a blown up engine and burned up transmission and something seriously wrong with it. But somebody would have still inquired. It looked too good. So anyway. All right, we've been out of here. We're pushing 4 hours. Certainly not a record. We're nowhere near a record, but we're not going to go for one. People have to work tomorrow, and our European friends have stayed up really late with us, and we truly appreciate it. As well as our, it's 10 o'clock here, and I haven't eaten dinner. I don't know about the rest of you. Have you eaten, Susan?
No, I'm just about to.
What are we having tonight?
We're having Sonic.
Ooh, I love Sonic.
Yeah, me too.
Sonic
Thanks for jumping in there, Jinx.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Jinx, for taking over. I guess we lulled poor Rhonda off to sleep. I know she's. Yeah, let's see.
What do I win? What do I win?
Well, we'll give you a couple of attaboys and attagirls.
All right.
Did you say Sonic, Susan?
Sonic.
Yeah, it's a.
Sonic. What did the hedgehog ever do to you?
It's a hamburger joint.
It's a drive-in place that's been in business for, God, how long? 50 years now?
They used to wear the roller skates, and serve you through your car.
Ah, right. All right. The
That
only
kind of
Sonic
place.
I've ever known is Sonic the Hedgehog, and I'm like, what's she eating hedgehog for?
No, they make really cool drinks, fountain drinks, and their food. I mean, they built the first one in the town where I was born and grew up. They built the first one when I was 16. I had just got my license, and it was like a mile and a half from where I lived, 2 miles, maybe something like that. I don't know. It was close. Man, we loved that place. It was so good, and it wasn't expensive either. So, and the girls on those skates, whew, lousy. Anyway, I did want to give a shout out to Jinxie. Go to her channel and give her some love and give subscribe. She does a lot of research and casework, not only on this case, but Tiger King and other cases. Just Rhonda, she's on the Holtzclaw case. I know she's been kind of pushed back because she started her new job, but that doesn't mean she's going anywhere. So her and Cherie and Kay and many others have put a lot of work into that case as well. Alice, go give her some love on her channel. I know she wants to get back into Jody's case, and we can't thank you enough for sticking around. So, hold on a second here. Damn it,
Stay tuned for more.
Sorry, I got a text.
Yes.
Just a second. Never mind. All right. Yep. Thanks for coming, Tuco. Being a part. You're welcome anytime. Hopefully we can get your. I can't hear anything right now. No, I think you got it.
Hey, just as we finished.
Hey, we're done and you got it fixed. That's awesome. That's like my electronic problems.
That means you should come back for the next one.
I will.
Right?
Just hit me with notifications because I lose time. So yeah, I will. I'll be here. So yeah.
Yeah, and you'll be able to see what time it is. Anytime a link is created for the upcoming video. If you click it, it'll take you and it'll show you what time it is in your time zone when it's coming.
Smashing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's normally about 11 o'clock our time, Toko.
Yeah.
Okay, 11 o'clock our time, right? Okay, I'll keep it. That's fine. Lovely. Okay, then.
Aye.
Yeah.
Normally 11 o'clock, but if you keep an eye on Discord, and if they say that they're going at 4:45, then that's 11:15.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we'll probably go an hour or so earlier than normal on this Sunday because there's just so much material to cover.
Okay.
Right. So
Yeah.
Sunday it'll be 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll post it. I'm guessing we'll probably go an hour and 15 minutes early than the normal time, so it's not quite so late for you guys when we start. A little bit early for the Australians, but I'll buy Doc an extra cup of coffee if he wants to come, and Cal and the rest if they're able. So anyway, thanks again for everybody thanks again for everybody sticking around and supporting us in the channel and the community. And with that said, this has been a Foul Play production.